Let's go. Well, it's starting 25 minutes after court starts. They started 7 minutes ago, and they actually just started now. She just settled in now. Just relax yourselves. Relax yourselves. Relax yourselves. Let's go. Right on time. Look where she's at. Oh, look where she's at. Oh, she just showed up there. Oh, look who's on the floor now, not me. That's right. That's right. I think I like this better. I think I like that better. Make you big. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. This is going to be a fun day today.
Of the intervener Republican State Committee, Republican Party of Colorado. With me, Mike Melito, Nathan Mulker, and Bob Kitzmiller.
Great. For some reason, it's Colorado Republican State Central
Committee. A lot of C's in there.
Yeah, which gets me tripped up as well.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Kotlarczyk from the Attorney General's Office on behalf of Secretary of State Janet Griswold. With me at council table is the Deputy Secretary of State, Christopher Beal, and also Jen Sullivan from the Attorney General's Office.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are the petitioners ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. I do think one preliminary matter about the potential expert from intervener Trump, based on discussions this morning, they've said that they've decided or an expert is not available, so that they're not going to call an expert. New expert, yeah.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yes, there was a whole discussion about a new expert that would be coming in.
And then also we
next
are
week.
withdrawing one witness.
Okay.
And I think I've notified opposing counsel.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. We ready to proceed with testimony? Oh, sorry.
I just have one, Your Honor, for clarification for the protective order. Are we at this point able to reveal the names of witnesses? I know some of them were revealed in opening argument, but I want to just get clarification.
Do the petitioners have a point of view? I think you were mainly concerned about the witnesses you were calling.
Correct. I guess the question is going forward, or is it a question to unseal the stuff that's been filed already?
I've had questions about the names of witnesses. Yeah. I'd like to be able to reveal them, but I want to be
no,
the protective order.
Of your own witnesses?
Yes.
Yeah. So our view is what Your Honor said, which was we wanted to make sure that we didn't lose any witnesses before the hearing, which we did. But now that we're underway in a public proceeding, the names of the witnesses are fine to reveal.
Okay, that's fine with the court as well.
Give us the names. We want the names.
Are we ready to start with testimony?
If you are.
I am. All right. At this point, petitioners call Dr. Peter Seamy.
Dr. Peter Venkman. Dr. Peter Seamy. I believe he's an expert. He's supposed to be an expert witness. He's going to explain to us why all these novel theories of law make a whole bunch of sense. That's my speculation. But let's see.
Will you raise your right hand, please? Do you, under the penalty of perjury, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Great. Just make sure to speak into the microphone, okay?
Good morning, Dr. Seamy.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself and spell your last name?
Pete Seamy, S-I-M-I.
Dr. Seamy, what do you do?
Professor of Sociology at Chapman University.
Where's Chapman?
It's in Southern California.
You're here as an expert
Sociology
witness.
professor.
How would you describe your expertise?
In short, political violence and political extremism.
How do you know about political violence and political extremism?
I've been studying.
I'm a member of Antifa for the last
27
9 years.
since 1996.
Do you have any formal training in political violence and political extremism?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I earned a PhD in sociology, where that was one of the
Oh, I didn't even like
emphases
field
of my
work for
studies
Antifa.
in 2003.
And you said you've been working in this field for about 25, 27 years. Tell us a little bit about the kind of work you've done over the past 2.5 decades.
Well, it's part of the Weather Underground first.
Collected data using a number of different methods to study political extremism and political violence, to include ethnographic field work, interviews with current and former members of extremist groups, and then a variety of different types of archival methods to gather data and information about both political extremism and political violence.
I want to talk about some of the methodologies you just mentioned, and to help us keep track, I'm going to write them down on the flip chart so we can come back to it a couple times during your testimony.
Okay.
And I believe the first kind of methodology you mentioned was field work. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. What is field work?
Field work is a type of method that's employed by a range of different disciplines in the social sciences and frankly outside of the social sciences, in the military and business world as well. But it's a method of gathering information where you spend time with people in their natural environment in order to understand a culture, a community, a group, a set of individuals, learn from their perspective, learn how they understand the world, learn about their lives, in natural settings. And so for me, that's meant spending lots of time with active members.
This is the only place that I found that's filming it.
Living with families and individuals in some cases, attending gatherings and so forth.
When you say living with families in some instances, tell us a little bit more about that kind of field work.
Well, that's sometimes referred to as embedded field work, where you're actually, living with the objects of your study, the subjects of your study. And, that for me, that meant staying in spare bedrooms or crashing on the living room couch and observing individuals in their daily lives. And
They want him to be qualified as an expert. An expert's different from a regular witness in a lot of ways.
I believe the second kind of methodology you mentioned that you relied on for your past 2.5 decades was interviews. Is that right?
An expert is allowed to give
Tell us
his,
what you mean
his
by
or her
interviews.
opinion.
Well, interviews are basically a
witnesses
structured
cannot.
type of conversation where you sit down with a person and ask specific questions based on whatever the focus of your
In
study
order for that
is.
to happen,
again, for me,
the
that
court
meant
must first
interviewing
qualify him
current
as an
members of
expert.
extremist groups, but
So they
also
spend a lengthy period of time going through their background, which is usually very boring stuff.
What was the third kind of methodology
And that's
you
why I
mentioned?
don't mind talking over it a little bit.
Okay. Tell us what archival work is.
Well, that's kind of a big bucket. It covers a broad kind of range of different things would fall under archival research.
He has to be
That would
qualified
if you
as an
think about
expert.
archives, basically just
But they need to
collection of
qualify him in a
information.
specific
Sometimes
area. You can't just be a
archives are
general
generated,
expert. You have
for
to show
very
your
specific
expertise in
purposes to allow
X,
researchers to
and then
conduct,
you're allowed to give your opinion
studies of
on
various
X.
kinds. And other
It can't be
archives
X
are
and
not
Y. It can be multiple
generated for that
areas.
purpose
But any
explicitly,
area you're going
but
to be
they do
expressing your
provide
opinion,
researchers an opportunity to
you have to
conduct
show
studies. So
this
if you
is
think
what
about,
I'm an
for instance,
expert
video
at,
archives would be
and
YouTube.
therefore I
And then,
can
of
give
course,
my
there's
expert
lots of different
opinion on
historical
it.
archives
Even though I
that
don't
are
see any of the
available
facts of this
at
case.
universities, for example.
I've never seen anything relevant to
Social
this case.
media is a type of
I can just
archive
tell you
where
how
can
things
study,
work in this area.
Platforms and how people communicate on platforms. That would be a kind of archive. Websites. Or
Yeah, I don't think any
archive.
sociologist should ever be deemed an expert in anything.
So it does cover a
I have a
broad
very
range
low
of
opinion of
people.
professors of sociology.
Thanks, Dr. Simi. And if I could just make a request for the court reporter's benefit, if we could slow down a little bit when we're talking, I'm sure everyone would appreciate it.
Sorry.
Now, are these three kinds of methodologies that we've talked about, are those standard methodologies used in sociology?
Very much so.
How do you know that?
Well, working in the field for 27 years, part of that's part of my job. Part of what you do in terms of presenting your research at professional conferences.
Could be.
That's
Anyone could be
things
deemed an
to
expert in
discuss
anything.
Research methodology. When
The
you submit
court
your
needs to
research for
recognize you
peer
in order to
review
be able to give your
in terms
opinion.
of academic journal articles, research methods are certainly scrutinized and reviewed. And then I teach both undergraduate research methods now at Chapman, but previously at the University of Nebraska, I taught PhD level research methods.
Is your teaching, is that just part of a course or is that a standalone course?
Research methods is a standalone course.
Okay. And are the methods that we're talking about today, the methods you teach in your research methods course?
Is given
Okay.
by.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about some of
your
your
history,
experience
your
with each of these
CV, work
methodologies.
history,
And I want
things
to
of that
talk
nature.
first generally, and then we'll talk specifically about
articles
the
you've
groups
written,
involved
times
in
you've
the
been
January
approved as an
6th
expert in the past in
attack. Okay.
Sure.
How much field work have you done generally in your career to study extremist groups?
Thousands of hours, literally.
thousands of hours of field work. That means he went
And then
undercover
have
in
you
these groups
done field
or
work?
participated in them.
I know I'm supposed to talk in the microphone, so let me ask the question. Have you done field work? Let me ask a special question. What groups have you identified as playing a leading role in the January 6th attack?
The Proud Boys, 3%ers, and Oath Keepers.
Okay.
What about Antifa?
Have you also done
You didn't see
field work
Antifa there? Everyone
with
saw
those
Antifa
groups?
there.
Yes, I have.
Okay.
She's not going to.
So if it's okay with you, Dr. C, I'll just write J6 and then put all three. Is that okay to show your familiarity with the groups involved in this case?
Yes, likely. I'll raise my.
Sorry, what does the J6 stand for?
The groups involved in January 6th. Sorry, trying to fit it all on one chart, Your Honor. For interviews, how many interviews of right-wing extremists have you done in your career?
217.
Well, my volume level is a little bit more
And
level.
how many interviews have you done with members of the Oath Keepers, Proud Boys, and 3%ers?
14.
And what about archival research? How would you describe the amount of archival research you've done in your career?
It's a little trickier than the field work where you can count hours of the interviews, and count number of interviews. But you can look at it in terms of time spent. You can look at it in terms of number of different archives, number of websites, social media platforms. But given that that's
He's
really
surfing
where
the
I
internet.
started in 1996 was online and doing archival research online. Definitely be in the thousands.
Okay. And have you done archival research involving the three groups involved in January 6th?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Now, Dr. Seamy, I want to talk a little bit about your work in this case. How did the archival material available for your work here compare to the kind of archival material you typically rely on?
It's very consistent.
How's that?
Similar types of materials, social media materials, court documents, scholarship, existing scholarship, folks who are also studying the same topics, looking at their findings, government reports, just a variety of different types of materials that I've used over the years are very comparable to what was done in this case.
And you've used all three methodologies for your work in this case. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it common for work in sociology to rely on all three of these methodologies?
Well, this would be referred to as a multi-method approach, and multi-method approaches are often referred to as kind of gold standard. Certainly to conduct research in a accurate manner doesn't require using all three. You could conduct a very legitimate study with any
Check the banner. Check the banner.
Certainly would be, like I said, kind of the gold standard.
Yeah,
Dr. Seamy, have you testified as an
rolling
expert
across
before?
the screen.
Yes, I have.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Testified in the Science v. Kessler civil case that was
I'm gonna
to
update the banner,
Ryan
though.
Rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. As you may recall, that was a rally that
give me a
turned
second to
deadly
update it.
violent in 2017. And I testified on behalf of the plaintiffs in that case as it relates to the way in which Unite the Right rally was organized and the central role that violence played in how the event was organized.
Have you worked on other cases as an expert?
Yes, I have.
Tell us a little bit about that.
I testified in a murder case in Portland, Oregon.
Usually
By the Multnomah
now,
County District
as-
Attorney's Office.
When he finishes going through his CV,
Materials,
he'll ask the court to
statements,
qualify him as an
posts,
expert.
and so forth that
Usually the court will
defendant
ask
charged
the
in that case
opposition if they consent or if they
district
want to
attorney's
oppose
office
or if they
asked
want
for
to
an
question.
offered opinion as to
And
whether
quit
I
saying
felt
what dear him.
those statements were consistent with white supremacist extremist beliefs.
Have you ever worked on behalf of defendants in cases?
Yes, I have many times. I've worked with federal public defenders' offices, for example, across the country.
Now, have you published on extremist political violence?
Yes, I have.
Tell us about some of your publications.
Well, I've written a number of articles, more than 60 peer-reviewed articles or book chapters and edited volumes that address different facets of political violence and political extremism, and I've published or co-authored 2 books on the topic.
Tell us about the 2 books.
Okay. The first book was American Swastika Inside the White Power Movement's Hidden Spaces of Hate. That relied on all 3 of the methods that we were just discussing, field work and interviews and archival research. And the basic
Googling
focus
this guy
of the
now.
book was looking at the kind of cultural and social spaces that are important to white supremacist extremists in terms of sustaining their beliefs and the central role that violence plays within that culture. And the second book that's due to be published in the next month or so, I guess, is actually looking at the forces or the influences that ultimately led to the attack on the Capitol on January 6th.
I keep getting.
What's your new book called?
Out of Hiding.
Why'd you choose that title?
Well, we look at the way in which, starting with the election of Barack Obama in 2008 and a series of other developments following that, how that led to a substantial reemergence of far-right extremists.
And the out of hiding refers to sort of coming out of hiding?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Now, on the screen, I've put Plaintiff's Exhibit 161, which is a copy of your CV. And I don't want to go in to everything in this, and really welcome guidance from Your Honor in terms of how you want to do this. But it would be easy just to move to him as a demonstrative exhibit so you have an understanding of his expertise, Your Honor, or we can go through a couple of highlights. What would be most preferable to you?
Why don't we just walk through his qualifications? The highlights would be fine.
Okay, great. So, Dr. Simi, if we scroll down, we see your education, and we've already talked about that. Can you tell us a little bit about?
I just pulled that his
some of the
resume up.
trainings that
I'll
you've
show
given.
you what he's showing.
Yes, we've done a number of trainings for
No, that's not
law enforcement, the legal field, educators over the years. In terms of law enforcement, I've provided training to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Department of Homeland Security, Federal Bureau of Prisons,
I did just pull it up.
Department of Justice, and a number of state level and local level law enforcement agencies across the country. Done trainings for legal organizations like the American Bar Association and educational institutions across the country.
And have you received some grants and some grants from federal government agencies to study political extremism?
Yes, I have.
Ooh, you
Can you
got
tell
federal
us, it's on the
agencies.
screen right now, can you tell us a couple examples of those?
Sure. The National Institute of Justice, which is housed under the Department of Justice, Department of Homeland Security.
What kind of trainings do you provide? What kind of grants, what kind of work do you do under those grants?
Sure. This basic research, that is research intended to look at different questions as it relates to the causes and consequences of political extremism and political violence, looking at different factors at the individual, group, and broader societal level in terms of what kinds of things influence these issues and what kinds of measures seem to be most effective in terms of countering them.
And here on the screen, I have your expert legal consultation. Is this a list of the cases where you've been retained as an expert on this page and the next?
It appears to be.
Okay. And then,
They tend to have very long resumes.
did you provide testimony to the January 6th committee?
Yes, I did.
Yeah,
Why was that?
because
I was
I'm a
invited
hack.
to provide written testimony.
Fair to say, Dr. Seema, you've been working on issues of right-wing extremism well before we've been working together in this case?
Yes, I have my entire career, basically.
Okay. Did you work with us to prepare a demonstrative exhibit to summarize your work in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm having a little bit of computer issue. Let me see if I can bring it up on the right screen.
I just had a quick question. You said that your book, coming out of hiding is from 2008 forward. When did
I think it's not just the money. I think it's power too.
on January 6th? Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Did you start working on it before?
And yes, that's a
January 6th?
perfect
We
example.
did. Yeah, we did, and that happened while we were
Right-wing MAGA extremists are the biggest domestic threat. Domestic terrorism is the biggest threat to our country.
Additional development that we needed to address because it was a new, obviously, facet that was a substantial, important historical event that was very relevant to what we were already, analyzing and discussing.
It was a work in progress, and then that becomes a new chapter or chapters.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And on that, Dr. Seema, did you express any concerns about the possibilities of violence related to the aftermath of the 2020 election before it happened?
Yes, I did.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, in the summer of 2020, I thought it was pretty clear that depending on the outcome of the election, there was a lot of
Pretty clear.
anger and resentment and mobilization that was really starting to increase among far-right extremists. And that
What is a far-right extremist?
should
I guess he's talking
Donald
about
Trump not be reelected, I thought it was pretty clear that far-right extremists
pretty clear.
would respond with political violence.
I think I got the tech issues worked out. So this demonstrative that we worked together to prepare for your summary?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's go to the first page. And tell us, what topic did you address in your work in this case?
Looking at the kind of defining characteristics of far-right extremism, including kind of central aspects of the communication style, the influence that Donald Trump and relationship Donald Trump has developed with far-right extremists, that includes certain communication
Coded
strategies, the motives for those who attacked the Capitol on January 6th, and then Donald Trump's role in the attack on the Capitol.
How does your expertise over the past 27 years help you address these topics?
Well, I
When
spent
you've
2.5 decades
as much time as I have
coming out
directly observing,
screaming about
directly
how the
engaging
KKK is about
with
to take over the country.
active and formerly active members of far-right extremist groups, and those aren't who weren't affiliated with specific groups as well. Understanding that culture provides lots of different types of insight about things like motivations. And then the archival research is really important as well, because that also provides.
Now, to be
certain
fair,
insight
they're
about
normally
people's
one-sided.
perspectives,
They're
motivations,
always one-sided. You're paying them
communication
thousands of dollars to
strategies,
help
and so
sell your case to the judge.
You
or
talked
jury.
about communication strategies.
Usually there's a battle.
Can you give us a
expert.
couple examples of
It's annoying that there's not going to be
things that are
experts.
particularly unique to right-wing extremist communication, just to help us understand what you mean by that?
Sure. In terms of this case, for example, 1776 is very relevant. To an outsider, that might just sound like a number or a fairly.
They're always paid a lot of money
historical reference
to basically tell the
relationship
decider
work.
of fact why you should vote
But
for,
to
why you should
insiders within far-right extremism
decide along with us.
that has a very specific connotation or relationship to
find their
violence,
effect.
and it really is a direct call to violence.
Tell us a little bit about the materials that you reviewed in this case to address these four issues.
Before you go there, I just have one follow-up question, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
When you were talking about the field work and you said that sometimes you, like you say you embed yourself, Like, what do you mean? How is that different than an
It's-
interview? Does the group that you're embedding yourself, like, do they know that you're embedding yourself? Or
No.
undercover? I'm just trying to understand what the distinction is between the field work and the interviews.
Sure, it's a great question, Your Honor. The field work would involve a more immersive experience from a research standpoint. So it would include a lot of observation. It would include informal interviews, which would be much more conversational in style. When you're embedded,
So you're
depending
lying to
upon,
people?
the approval you've received from what's called Institutional Review Board, which academic research is governed under federal regulations under institutional review boards. There is a way to do that where you don't have to obtain informed consent, and you could do it. You could be embedded surreptitiously without your participants or subjects' knowledge. The field work I did, certainly in terms of folks that I lived with, they knew that I was doing research. Some of the larger gatherings that I attended as part of field work, people wouldn't necessarily know that I was a researcher, and they might assume that I was one of them, and then I
Might assume.
notify people
After
as my relationship with them kind of developed.
they might assume,
So
not
the
that I was
distinction
tricking
I
them.
would say between the interviews is there
Not that I'm a professional liar.
compared to the field.
That's what he's essentially saying. I'm a professional liar. That's what I do for a living.
Way of gathering information, whereas the interviews are while
He's totally a
helpful and
glowy.
sort of provide a lot of insight, are also pretty.
If this guy was concerned there'd be violence on J6, why didn't he notify Homeland?
For the most part, you're not going.
If he sees funding from the department, he would know something important that would take him seriously. I mean, let's be fair. Homeland was already aware of potential violence on January 6th.
Dr. Seaman,
That's
can
why
you
the
just
Fed
give
was
us
there.
a couple real life examples of
Feds were going to make sure it was
you
going to
mentioned sleeping on
happen.
someone's couch or in their spare bedroom? Like, how do those come to be?
Well, it's a pretty kind of involved process, you might say, in terms of gaining people's trust and building rapport with individuals, spending time with them to where they feel comfortable.
I would totally
Do that.
start my
Sometimes
question
it
off
actually
with,
ended up
so
happening
you're a
much more
professional
than
liar.
expected. Contacting folks, when I first started, this was in the very early days of the internet, so PO boxes.
You're
were still
professional at
the
tricking
kind of
people
thing.
into
So
believing
my
that you're
first contacts actually,
what you're saying.
emerged through letters that I
That's what you do for a
wrote
living.
to PO boxes.
That's how you do your research.
Individuals in person, and then from
All right.
there develop relationships to where they were.
And I would do that on
comfortable
voir
enough
dire.
inviting me into their homes.
And just help us understand how sort of someone who's a member of a right-wing extremist group would say to a university professor, "Why don't you come stay in my bedroom?" Like, how does that come to be?
Doesn't always quite happen like that. I've had many doors slammed in my face. Certainly been asked in not so polite terms to get lost. So that certainly happens. But for some, they see it, I think, for a lot of different reasons. First, people sometimes enjoy being the focus of attention. So having a researcher say that they're interested in you and want to spend time with you. For some people, they find that satisfying on some level. For some, they see it as an
He's going to
opportunity
try and
get their
explain,
message out, to
we
recruit
should anticipate, he's going to try and explain how Trump understands how these groups work and was talking to them in code to basically get them to go nuts and help him perform some sort of insurrection.
And I want to be clear, we've talked about sort of your work with field work and interviews with the groups involved in January 6th. Did that work happen before or after January 6th, 2021?
Before.
Okay. And
He hasn't said he's paid by Homeland.
did you rely on all three of these methodologies in your work in this case?
And if he's allowed in,
And are
was an
these
agent,
the sort of
they invited him.
methods and materials
And
that
maybe he was
experts in your
working
field
with it.
reasonably rely on in forming opinions upon the subject of political extremism?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Based on your scholarship, your prior work, and your review of materials in this case, are you familiar with the events of and leading up to January 6th, those who participated in the attack and Mr. Trump's role in those events?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, at this point in time, we tender Dr. Simi as an expert on political extremism, including how extremists communicate and how the events leading up to and including the January 6th attack relate to longstanding patterns of behavior and communication by political extremists.
We'll renew our silence to objections.
Professor, excuse me. Professor Simi will be admitted as an expert on political extremism, including how extremism communicates, and his interpretation of January 6th vis-a-vis his expertise in extremism and extremism.
Good point.
communications.
He should be asked that.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Great point.
Let's turn to
Great.
some high-level findings, and then we'll get more granular as our conversation continues. Okay, Dr. Simi?
Sounds good.
So on the screen, we have pictures of the three groups we've talked about, but let's start with a basic
We're all brainwashed.
definition. What is far-right extremism?
Oh, okay. Let's
The best way to think about far-right extremism is it's defined by some core characteristics. And when we first say in terms of thinking about it, visualizing it, is if you think about a constellation in the sky, if you think about a broad-based network, that's what we're talking about with far-right extremism. There's individual adherents, there's groups and organizations. These are all part of this constellation. And it's pretty far-ranging. It includes, a disparate set of elements. But then there are these core characteristics that cut across certain beliefs, practices, and then communication strategies.
That was just word salad. He said nothing.
Let's
just
talk
now.
about some of these core
Literally nothing.
characteristics.
It's
What
just a whole
are
bunch of
some
beliefs.
the core
Far right means a whole bunch of
characteristics
beliefs. What the hell does that
about
mean?
beliefs in far-right extremism?
Several things, really. Heavy reliance on conspiracy theory, explaining events, situations as a result of kind of shadowy forces that are unseen. And those, the specific types of conspiracy theories are pretty far-ranging. They're kind of adhered to among far-right extremists, but the use of conspiracy theory is very central. A strong distinction between us and them. Of course, people in general.
Us and
make
them
distinctions
was
between
started
us
by
and
Barack
them.
Obama.
Oftentimes it's quite innocuous if you think about, for instance, sports fans, make distinctions, Packers fans versus Vikings fans or so forth. Pretty innocuous stuff for the most part. But what we're talking about here in terms of distinctions between us and them for far-right extremists is that them are really viewed as enemies, as representing an existential threat, and they're often described in very dehumanizing terms. Degenerates, scum, infestation.
Oh, you mean like when Hillary called half of America deplorables?
To describe that, the people that they believe are opponents and that represent these threats. Another central kind of tenet is really an anti-democratic ethos that really, moves.
You don't know what the word
in the
democracy,
direction of
anti-democratic
authoritarian
is. You just use that word.
Authoritarian beliefs, authoritarian leaders.
It's not anti-democratic.
Of various sorts.
They believe in democracy. They just feel they feel that the democratic processes within
Next
our
on your
republic
slide is
have been
practices,
corrupted.
including violence. Talk to us about the role that violence plays in
He's either a
far-right
liar
extremism.
with what he just said, or he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
What I just mentioned about the beliefs,
More likely a liar.
the idea that there's these existential threats out there that have been dehumanized. Violence is viewed as a necessary tactic to achieve political goals. Violence is glamorized and glorified in many ways, viewed as
So Antifa, but he only focuses on far right.
Seen as a
He admitted that he only
form of
focuses on
self-defense
far right. Why? Why would you
to,
limit yourself
fend
that way?
off these existential threats. So it is, again, very central to, certainly not the only practice, but it is a central practice.
The last core characteristic is communication strategies. Tell us a little bit about communication strategies you've observed in your work.
Yeah, so some of the things in terms of communication strategies that I've observed, but other scholars in the field have also observed as it relates to far-right extremism, is a reliance on doublespeak, which is a specific kind of deceptive style of communication that often involves using words that have multiple meanings, one meaning for insiders, another meaning potentially for outsiders. Using language with a so-called wink and a nod, you might say. Also, making
He hasn't even been qualified as an expert,
distinctions
has he?
between front and backstage behavior.
It sounds like now he's testifying. He's giving his opinion on things.
Favorable on the front stage, and then
Normally they were
much more
qualified.
open about
Was I
things
on the
like
phone? Because I was
use
on
of
the phone for like
violence on the backstage.
30 seconds. Did he
And,
ask?
the same
Did
would
he ask the
apply
court to
double
qualify him?
speak, in terms of its relationship to violence. That it's
What,
it's
did I miss
a
that?
communication strategy that's used to promote violence, but in a kind of deceptive way.
And let me stop right there, Dr. Simi. Where would the 1776 example that you talked to us about earlier fit in to this vocabulary you're talking about right now?
Yeah, that would be a type of double speak, because again, it would have a certain meaning to outsiders who aren't familiar with the kind of inside culture, but to insiders within the culture, they would understand and interpret that word differently.
Do all far-right extremists share these beliefs, practices, and communication strategies?
It's so. This is why sociology is so
These are core
stupid.
characteristics that come
Or
across
it could
the
just
culture,
mean
but we are dealing with,
1776.
A large culture that has.
Does it always mean that?
So it's, you're
Jack.
going to see varying degrees, but these characteristics do have a high degree of salience that does cut across the culture.
You've selected 3 groups to highlight here on this slide. Can you tell us a little bit about each of these groups?
Sure. First group to my left is the Proud Boys.
How is he
And they
not?
were
How
founded
he
in
hasn't been?
26
Maybe in Colorado they don't have to
2016
require
by
qualification.
Gavin McGinnis,
Need to be
Morris,
qualified. That
and,
sounds very strange.
Ricky Terrio. They were really founded, according to McGinnis' own words, as a violent street.
Oh, the judge did allow him to be
with a
qualified.
political ideology that's referred to
Oh,
as
okay,
Western
fine.
chauvinism.
I guess I missed that.
I'm sorry, you said Western.
Chauvinism.
Okay. I'm sorry. Tell us a bit more about the Proud Boys.
Oh, sure. So the political violence that they gravitate towards is, directed towards people that
This
they
is
believe
totally
are
right.
political opponents.
It is completely
And the
weapon.
emphasis or the kind of central nature of violence for the Proud Boys is kind of best, I guess you might say, exemplified by their mantra, fuck around and find out. Excuse my language, Your Honor. And that's a commonly used mantra. In fact, you actually see it in the image there in terms of the acronym. But that's really kind of in a nutshell how they view the important use of violence.
No one on the left says that. That's
Tell us about the Oath
exclusively
Keepers.
far right.
Sure. They were
Idiots.
founded in 2009 by Stuart Rhodes, who's a Yale Law School graduate. And the Oath Keepers were part of the second wave of the anti-government militia movement that emerged shortly after Barack Obama's election in 2008. The first wave was, of course, during the 1990s and ultimately culminated in the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995.
You extremists.
The movement somewhat dissipated for a period of time, but it then had a second wave that reemerged in 2008. And so the Oath Keepers were part of that. They focus a lot on the idea of law enforcement and military maintaining their oath to maintain the Constitution, which they believe the government has become tyrannical and is violating the Constitution. They adhere to lots of different types of conspiracy theories about the government putting people in detention camps and things of that nature. So there's a high degree of kind of paranoia among the Oath Keepers. They've been involved in various armed standoffs, like the Bundy Ranch standoff in 2014 in Nevada, and Malheur Wildlife Refuge in Oregon, the standoff that occurred there in 2016, and several others. And so that's kind of the Oath Keepers in a nutshell.
What about the 3 percenters?
They were founded just a year before the Oath Keepers, so in 2008. So they were also part of the second wave of the anti-government militia movement that emerged at that time. And the 3 percenters were founded by Mike Vandervoort, who actually had been involved in the first wave of the militia movement in the 1990s. And they developed kind of more of a decentralized set of different types of 3 percenter groups across the country. They've been involved in actual plots, domestic terror plots on multiple occasions. And their name itself refers to the idea, the actually inaccurate idea, that only 3% of the colonists fought against the British in the American Revolution. And the reason why that's important for them is because they believe they're this same kind of vanguard that's now fighting against the U.S. government that's become tyrannical.
Let's turn to the next slide and tell us, we've talked generally about the role violence plays in far-right extremism, but tell us why you chose pictures of the Unite the Right rally to show this violence and the role that violence plays more generally?
Well, it was, a very important event among far-right extremists. Of course, the name itself indicates, in part, some of their efforts in terms of uniting the right, and the fact that violence was always intended to be part of this event.
That is how I wear my ties Saturday nights.
The social media platforms where Unite the Right was organized, Discord and other platforms. There were discussions, for example, of using automobiles to attack individuals that are counter-protesters, which obviously ultimately happened on the second day.
Is that what we see on the right?
Yes.
Sweaty
yes,
men,
there is.
people, men who sweat a lot, wear it like
Car
that.
Mowing into this group of counter-protesters.
I always look at it as a sign of poor
After-
hygiene
after
if
the
someone
state
like
of emergency had been called and
walks
things
into
started
court like
to
that.
disperse. And of course, Heather Heyer was murdered in this car attack, and a number of other individuals. You see there, Marcus Martin in midair. He was permanently disabled from his being struck by the car, as were a number of other individuals seriously injured. So we had the car attack, and then to the left, you see the way in which a flagpole is being used to bludgeon individuals they perceive as political opponents. That was also discussed ahead of time. Individuals on Discord platform and other platforms were talking about what types of instruments they could use as weapons, and the importance of framing it as self-defense, and also the importance.
Now, to be fair,
of
cross-examining about what the left does, like you were suggesting, Tex Fab,
I want to talk a
Not
little
the
bit more about this
strongest line of
framing
attack
as self-defense. Tell us a little bit more about that.
just because the left does it also doesn't mean that
Given that
that's not
it
what
is
Trump was
cited
trying
in
to do.
general
Maybe both sides do it.
recognize the
If he says, yeah,
right
both sides do it,
individuals
then what are you
have to
left with?
defend themselves in certain situations where they
So-
may be harmed or their life is being threatened.
You really need to
Anytime,
focus on
an individual or group can frame their
how
life
it's
as
innocuous.
self-defense,
Also,
it offers a degree of
it
legitimacy.
doesn't tell us anything.
And that's true of individuals and it's true of groups. It's also part of this worldview that they have, that they really are under threat, under attack from a variety of forces. And so therefore,
But
anytime
to be
they
fair, he's going to
violence,
say Trump was aware of them and was intentionally trying to trigger them to help him with his insurrection.
And you mentioned some of
That's where they're going.
humor, I believe, in your answer just now. Let's turn to the next slide and tell us what you see on the left. Why'd you choose to have this quote from Robert Ray on the left?
So Robert Ray was one of the central organizers of the Unite the Right rally.
Humor was
And here he's actually
Saul
explaining
was a crazy
where
leftist.
archival
He's the one who
material
came up
becomes
with
really
using
useful
humor.
and important from a research standpoint. Because in this quote, he's explaining the role or the function in terms of how they use humor to essentially promote violence, but do it in a way that's not always obvious, to keep people off balance in terms of not knowing whether their calls for violence are meant to be
Anyone who ever
taken
tells a joke is a far-right
they know as
extremist.
insiders
Any one
that
of
the
them.
calls are meant to be taken serious, but they understand that by
That's what
framing
you need
it
to
as
hit 'em
humor,
on.
Outsiders may not always.
It's like you're basically saying anyone who does fall, you're trying to imply that
One
anyone
more
who ever
question
does any
on-
of these things is a
on
far-right
the
extremist
violence
and trying
and
to trigger
far-right
a
extremism.
call for action.
Does everyone attracted to far-right extremism engage in violence?
No, not at all. I think we can talk about kind of different roles that individuals have in terms of within this culture as it relates to violence. One are violence planners. That is, these are individuals who really help orchestrate, plot violence, but aren't directly involved in it themselves. Stuart Rhodes and Ricky Terrio would be current examples that fit that role. Then you have your violent implementers. These are individuals who may help in the planning or may not help in the planning, but their primary kind of role is to actually execute or implement the violence. These individuals often come prepared to commit violence. They may have weapons of various sorts or other instruments that are helpful for them in terms of trying to complete their violent acts. Then you have other folks that in some situations, they may be open to committing violence, but they're not involved in the planning and they aren't necessarily intending to commit violence at the outset, but given a certain situation, they might be open to it, or certainly at least wouldn't necessarily prevent violence from occurring. And then you have kind of a fourth bucket of folks that are kind of sympathetic bystanders, you might say. And these are folks who aren't planning, they're not engaging in the violence, but they may, more indirectly, in more subtle ways, support the violence.
And on the left, we see a picture of
He's one
a
of the
person
people.
attacking
Definitely
wearing
probably supports left
a helmet and goggles. Is that an example? Like, what category of would you put someone like that in?
I would say probably a violence implementer.
Why is that?
Well, they've come prepared for violence in terms of having the goggles and the headgear, and then they're using a instrument that's meant to be for displaying a symbol. They've turned that into a weapon. And again, based on what we know about how Unite the Right was planned and the directives that were discussed in great length about how to use things like flagpoles as weapons, I think that certainly we could infer that this person came prepared to use their flagpole in that respect.
Great. All right, let's go to the communication style. And on the right, we have a video of Nick Fuentes. Who is Nick Fuentes?
In short, he's a white supremacist leader, quite influential among folks that follow him. He was present at the attack on the Capitol, January 6th. He was present at Unite the Right rally. He has a substantial presence in terms of social media platforms, and as well as offline. And so it's Fuentes.
And we'll play the video, but just to make sure we're keeping the housekeeping done correctly, this is P120, which is admissible but hasn't yet been admitted under the court's October 27th order. So I'll go ahead and play the video.
Is he part of one of the three groups, or is he out on his own?
No, he's not involved in those three groups.
And what you said was which video?
P120.
This is.
Can I play the video, Your Honor?
You and I do the state legislature although we should not. I'm not advising that, but I mean, what else you need to do, right?
So,
Could you actually replay it a little louder?
yes.
Okay, you and I do the state legislature although we should not. I'm not advising that, but I mean, what else you need to do, right?
So, Dr. Simi, why did you include this video of Nick Fuentes?
It's an illustration of how the doublespeak works in real time, where you have both advocacy and then part of doublespeak.
How many of his followers have killed people?
Where you insert certain aspects in terms of the communication that
Oh.
allows you then to say after the fact, well, I didn't mean it, or it gives you
That's
some
one.
kind of
That's a question I was asking. How many of them actually killed someone?
Built-in rationale for why you shouldn't be taken in terms of saying what you said as a promotion of violence. So this really kind of exemplifies that style.
And I hate Nick Fuentes. I'm not going to. Don't get me wrong. I hate him. But the reality is the notion that just say something and that's what's going to trigger stuff. It's so fallacious.
Oftentimes there is these efforts to build in the plausible deniability so that it's not completely obvious, and a person can't be, or is more difficult to hold a person criminally or civilly liable for.
I missed
criminal
that. I
violence.
apologize.
So
Did
this
he
is
really?
very consistent with what we see among far right extremists more broadly.
To make sure we understand exactly what you mean, talk us through the specific things that Mr. Fuentes did in this video that is that doublespeak.
Yeah, you want to replay it one more time?
Sure.
Okay, you and I do the state legislature
Okay,
although
stop.
we should
So
not.
right there.
I'm not advising that, but I mean, what else you need to do, right?
Right. First statement is, killing state legislatures. We get him saying.
That's pretty overt. That's far more overt than anything Trump ever said.
Suggesting that. But then what else can you do, right?
And doesn't that
So it's
show?
kind of
Doesn't that show that you
back
have to
and
be
forth.
far more overt?
Promote
Your
it,
illustration
bring it
shows you have to be
back
far
and
more
forth.
overt than just saying 1776. You have to actually
That's
say,
the
what can you or I do other than, and that's what you have to do.
Are these techniques unique to far-right extremists?
Did Trump ever say insurrection?
Doublespeak
Did he ever say
and
kill
front
someone?
backstage behavior,
Did he ever
these
say
are
hang Mike
common
Pence?
Aspects of human behavior more broadly. All of us, I would.
That's how you
assume in this
that's
room
how you
at some
take his
point in our
words
lives
and
have
show
used some
this is
way
the
of
difference
deceptive
between Nick
language,
Fuentes
have used some
and
types of
Donald Trump.
Doublespeak. We all present ourselves differently on the front stage.
And even Nick Fuentes,
Job interview.
none of his followers are known to have killed someone because of something Nick Fuentes said.
And on the backstage,
Or even
when
believed
we're
to
in a
have,
privacy
as far as I
bar,
know.
We might engage differently. So these are very common things. What's distinctive about what we're talking about here today is that the front and backstage.
But I do think it's important for Uncross to distinguish from a Nick Fuentes type and Trump, and then point out after you're done distinguishing that even Nick Fuentes never got a follower to kill someone.
How do you know these communication strategies work?
Well, that comes again from the data collection. That comes from the field work and having the opportunities to observe the culture and how it operates. That comes from interviewing active members of these groups and formally active members of these groups and having them discuss these strategies and how things are structured in terms of within the culture. And that comes from the archival material. I mean, this quote here from Robert Ray is, again, it's an important example of what can be learned from archival material in terms of some of these issues.
And what about instances where violence occurs and then there's discussion of the violence after the occurrence? Have you looked at that in your work?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
Yeah.
question?
What about when violence occurs and there's communication after the violence? Did you look at that in your work in this case?
Yes.
Tell us what you learned about these communication strategies from looking at what people say after violence occurs.
Well, you're going to get certain kinds of promotions, certain kinds of endorsements. But again, it's not always going to be completely transparent in the endorsements for public relations purposes, in particular. But certainly the endorsements afterwards in terms of supporting violence is an important part of reinforcing the kind of cultural, the central role that violence plays within the culture.
What about condemnation after? Is that an important factor? The absence of condemnation, is that something that you studied?
Oh.
When you have an absence of condemnation, that then can be interpreted, and often is interpreted among far-right extremists, as essentially a type of endorsement. It's kind of an endorsement by omission.
And how are you confident that the audiences understand the speaker's messages when they use this communication style?
27 years of gathering data, spending thousands of hours in the field, talking with individuals immersed in this culture, talking with individuals who used to be immersed in this culture and aren't anymore, going through the volume of archival.
I would hit him on the fact that the leaders tend to be far more overt, like Fuentes, than anything Trump ever said.
Widely understood. Individuals indicate this, and other scholarship finds similar things. So there's consistency in what I've found with other scholars who also study this issue.
In your report, you talk about repeat interactions between a speaker and the audience. Does repeat interactions influence your conclusion that these communication styles are effective?
Yes, absolutely. Again, that's part of kind of this cultural immersion as people become more immersed within a cultural environment. And that would be true of any culture, really. The more repeated interactions between speaker and audience, the more understanding develops, the more people begin to be able to interpret contextual cues, which are an important part of what we're talking about here. Context is very relevant in terms of understanding communication. And so the more immersed you are within a culture, the more able you are to interpret context.
Talk to us about your earlier example of 1776 through the lens of this immersed in culture and repeat interactions. What did you see in your study?
I would also ask him what expertise Trump has in speaking in code. Like, why would you think that he has any background in that?
Of a term like 1776 and how it becomes a call for violence. And so as people interact both
So
online
anyone who
and
basically
offline and are exposed to
appreciates
messaging, then that's where
the noble sacrifices of
Tell
the
us,
first generation of Americans.
I think you
far
said this
right
already, but just to
extremists.
make sure we're
Far
clear, based on your work,
Idiots.
what does 1776 mean among far-right extremists?
It's a violent call for revolution.
That's crap. That's
Did you
that's now
see
lie.
examples of 1776 being used as a violent call
not
for
a violent
revolution leading up to and on January 6th?
It's a call for boldness. It's a call to stand strong and stand up for America.
Document that the Proud Boys acquired 1776 returns, which was basically a blueprint.
That's
for
what I
attacking the
want.
Capitol. So yes,
I really
there were
want
several,
another
aspects
expert to
of
refute. It's so
1776,
important to have another expert
was
refute.
being used
To
as a
have an
call
expert
for
come in there and say
revolution.
1776
What is,
a
you
call to
talked about this
stand-
document,
to stand boldly,
1776
boldly.
returns.
It doesn't mean violence.
Tell us a little bit more about that
No
document.
one's ever killed someone
Well,
screaming
it's a document that,
1776.
Enrique Carrier
Ever.
acquired through an associate. And the document was, like I said, it was a blueprint. It had logistics in terms of how to go about attacking the Capitol, had scenarios, vantage points in terms of different location spots, vulnerabilities, and so forth. So it was
Hey, good morning. No racist statement.
a recipe of sorts, you might
Good
say.
morning, Joe. Yeah, good
Now
morning,
I want to
Kelly.
turn from far-right extremists generally and focus on their relationship and communication with Donald Trump. Can you describe these, whoops, ahead of myself, the relationship between Donald Trump and far-right extremists?
Well, in my years of studying this, and again, this is confirmed among other scholars, far-right extremists generally would perceive national political
This
leaders
dude,
with a lot
I'm
of
positive, would
skepticism
call me a far-right extremist.
because their view of the government being basically
I use
corrupt and so
humor
forth.
when I'm conveying my
So,
message.
the relationship that developed between Donald Trump and
I
far-right
use
extremists
phrases that he's
really,
that
I
he
think,
that he's
is
referencing.
somewhat unprecedented, certainly at least in recent history. In that
That's the
far-right
point.
Extremists really were galvanized by
What's in Trump's heart? Is he like me, or is he like Nick Fuente,
and a relationship
or someone
really
far more
emerged,
extreme, perhaps, than Nick
between
Fuentes?
Donald Trump and far-right extremists. with
How are we
far-right
supposed to know?
extremists Really,
That's why this
seeing
is
him,
ridiculous.
As speaking their language and really addressing many of their key grievances.
So on the screen, we have an excerpt from Donald Trump's campaign launch.
He's an
speech
80-year-old guy
in
who basically is very
2015.
attuned to these coded languages.
Tell us why you chose to highlight this portion of Donald Trump's 2015 speech.
Yes, and if I may, just very briefly, even before 2015, Donald Trump.
Oh, they put their rapist there,
promoting,
T-H-E, when it was actually T-H-E-I-R.
Challenging the conspiracy theory, challenging Barack Obama's legitimacy to serve as president. And that put him in the orbit of folks like Alex Jones, far-right media influencer. And so that
That's
was
not the exact,
and then,
right, that's not the exact quote.
he
That,
announced his candidacy for
he should be objecting to this coming in. This is not the exact quote, because he says,
that was a real kind of clarion call for far-right extremists that this is somebody we want to pay attention to. And you can see here in the quote, referring to when Mexico sends its people, they're sending people, they're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists. And some I assume are good people. And using terms like they're rapists, that phrase, that would be the kind of conversations the far-right extremists have and the kind of terminology they use, both on and offline. So there was a real kind of alignment.
this is such crap. This is such crap. I would totally be objecting to this. This quote is not, there's no foundation this quote is accurate, and it's not. And there's a few key words there.
Calling people from Mexico, claiming they're bringing drugs, crime, and that they're rapists. Is that consistent with the Western chauvinism
rapists
belief structure you mentioned earlier?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Tell us a little bit about what Western chauvinism is.
Well, Western chauvinism is a way of claiming that Western civilization is basically superior, and that other non-Western cultures and civilizations are deficient. And they use terms like, West is right, and so forth, to kind of underscore this point. And so that's Western chauvinism in a nutshell.
here Donald Trump ends this quote by saying,
No, he
some,
didn't.
I assume, are good people.
Okay, yeah.
Why doesn't that sort of undo the earlier language?
Because he didn't say the earlier language, you
This is back to
freaking
what we were
liars.
discussing earlier in terms of plausible deniability. So you get this kind of negation that's inserted after.
Your entire career is
using,
plausibly deniable.
inflammatory language, and that then provides the
This guy's
speaker
making
with,
me angry.
well, I didn't say all, but for far-right extremists, they hear the rapist part. They hear that language that's so consistent with the kind of conversations they're having, as I mentioned, and understand that the negation is necessary. They understand because this is how they communicate amongst themselves as well, and their own leaders use and establish plausible deniability. So they understand that a national, individual who's running for the office of the presidency is also going to need to establish plausible deniability.
Now, I want to turn to a specific aspect of Donald Trump's communications over the years, and that's this Stop the Steal movement and Trump's role in it. Could you describe the movement generally to the court?
Yeah, it's, the conspiracy theory that focuses on different aspects of how the 2020 presidential election was corrupt, stolen, fraudulent, marked by, a substantial amount of fraud and, variety of different kind of aspects of that conspiracy.
And you've chosen a couple tweets here. Before we talk about the tweets, did Donald Trump start the Stop the Steal language questioning elections in 2020, or did it start before then?
No, it really predates 2020.
Okay. Yeah. What do we see on the screen here?
Yeah, so you see here the upper
This is
tweet
the
there from 2012, where Donald Trump is referring to the Romney-Obama election. There were machines that switched the votes for Romney to Obama, and don't let your vote be stolen. So again, using that language, that verbiage about elections.
So in November,
And then
in
below
November,
that, you see from
2 months
midterms in
beforehand,
2018,
that's when
references to,
that's when he's doing this.
election corruption.
This is so stupid.
We must protect our democracy because elections are being stolen.
What relationship did you find between the far-right extremists and the Stop the Steal movement?
A lot of overlap, really, starting at the beginning when it really starts to emerge in full force.
Yeah, he's
In
incompetent.
2020, you see one of the
And
first rallies.
he doesn't see left-wing extremism.
Arizona.
He literally
Alex Jones
focuses
is
exclusively
present there as
on right-wing extremism.
Armed anti-government militia types are there at that rally in Arizona. And then that continues to be the case as more and more Stop the Steal rallies transpire during that time. You see substantial presence of folks like Proud Boys and others.
Now, moving forward to the 2020 election, in your work, did you see Donald Trump spreading doubt about the 2020 election?
Yes, I did.
Okay, let's look at a couple videos you highlighted. Why did you choose this video from August 17th, 2020?
Because it's multiple months prior to the election, and it's very clear statement about the election being fraudulent unless Donald Trump is reelected.
Okay. And this video is P61, another one of these
So he's sowing
deemed
seeds
admitted
of
but not yet
insurrection
admitted
in all
video
those-
exhibits, Your Honor.
2 months before the election.
And I guess I
4
forgot
months before it
to
happens.
move for the admission
so
of
stupid.
P120. So would you like to play the video, and then I'd like to move to admit both of these?
So dumb.
So on
One key.
P120, which was the Fuentes.
Yep.
I'm actually gonna
I'm trying to see if I can find, while they're talking, I'm trying to see.
line that has brought Donald Trump so much attention and trouble.
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not
They're not
sending you. They're not sending you. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those
Well,
problems.
P61
They're sending people with lots of
is
problems.
Trump's speech has not yet been admitted. The one on the right has already been admitted. That's P47.
They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists, and
All right,
some. I assume
I'll
it's
play
the people.
the video on the left.
Okay.
Because the only way we're going to lose this election is if the election is rigged. Remember that. It's the only way we're going to lose this election.
Why did you choose to highlight this video, Dr. Simi?
Well, again, it's multiple months, and we're already getting this.
That's
narrative,
what
this-
you
this,
say
you know,
when you're
conspiracy.
campaigning. This is so
Multiple
stupid.
months. I'm sorry.
This is
I'm
just
sorry, before-
so
before
aggravatingly
elections, so
stupid.
in November. And it's, you know, very clear, you know, what the message is.
Now let's play the video on the right, and this is from the early morning hours of election night, right?
That's correct.
Okay. At this point in time that Trump is giving this speech,
You're
Had the
thinking
election
he's
results been
trying to
determined?
plan insurrection that
No,
night
it's
when he
not.
thinks he's going to win.
Undecided.
We
Wow.
were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win
He
this
was
election.
way in front when he gave that speech.
why did you
He's
choose
planning
to highlight
insurrection.
this speech?
What a jackass.
This underscores the strategy that has been discussed by people like Steve Bannon, for instance, about claiming victory no matter what on election night, regardless of what the results suggest. Claim victory.
Is there anything else notable about how Trump talked about these elections in these two speeches that you'd like to draw our attention to?
Yeah, very, very much. Again, this is the language of corruption, of elections being stolen for far-right extremists. That's going to resonate because it's central to their worldview, to their perspective that, you know, there's this corrupt system that's preventing them from electing somebody that they support. The system's rigged. And so, again, you're going to have a high degree of alignment there and resonance for far-right extremists with that kind of language.
Did you select some examples of how far-right extremists responded to this language from Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
All right.
Because the only
What example did you put on the screen here?
Yeah, so this is, these are messages on the Parler social media platform. And this is from Joe Biggs, who at the time was a prominent member of the Proud Boys. And you can see the time stamps there to my left. And beginning at 5:03 p.m. First message.
It's not in the wake of
left is
electoral
stealing the
loss. This was
election.
November 4th.
There's that.
This is long before the election had been
They're
called.
there. They're not even trying to hide it. We have no justice, no law and order.
No, they saw. No, this is when. This is not in the wake of electoral loss.
Additional
This is exactly what I would call him on.
Message, which is about 17 minutes later, where there's reference to the
He was.
Democrats are
Biden
shitty
wasn't
on
declared a
their-
winner until like November 6th.
I hope you all have shitty fucking lives. Fuck you. So this is representative of a certain kind of intensification, amplification that's happening among far-right extremists as it relates to the idea of the election being stolen. Apologies.
I want to turn from Trump. I want to turn to Trump's relationship or use of some of these techniques to call for political violence that we talked about earlier. I want to go to the next slide. Did you see Trump use these same doublespeak and other communication strategies to call for violence?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you look at a couple examples that tell us generally the kinds of things you saw in your work?
In 2016.
What you see is this kind of relationships develops, the relationship develops between Donald Trump and far-right extremists. One facet of it, and it's a multi-faceted relationship, really. So it's happening in many different ways, but one facet certainly is through rallies where violence is occurring, and there are both promotion and endorsement of violent incidents or violent assaults that are occurring at rallies. So that would be one facet. Again, I would underscore the relationship is emerging between Donald Trump and far-right extremists in a lot of different aspects to it.
Okay. So the video on the left, Your Honor, is
Crazy
P53.
right-wing
It's
extremist.
another admissible but not yet admitted
Good morning,
exhibit.
Kelly.
And that's a video of
It is,
President Trump?
yes.
Okay, 53 will be admitted.
Play the video.
This guy was swinging very loud and then started swinging at the audience. And you know what? The audience swung back. And I thought it was very, very appropriate. He was swinging, he was hitting people, and the audience hit back.
How does this exchange support your opinion in this case?
This was a press conference. Actually, Ben Carson had just dropped out, and this was to announce Ben Carson's support for Donald Trump's candidacy.
You know what he should do?
During the Q&A portion of the press
He should take quotes and say, ask him whether this is also doublespeak.
At rallies.
And, you missed a few quotes, so I want to know whether this qualifies as doublespeak. And have, long ago forgotten quotes
just recently occurred prior to this
from Biden and whatever, and have this guy testify, yeah, that's doublespeak. That's doublespeak right there. Just to show that everyone talks like that. All politicians talk like this.
Up this scenario that you have these counter protesters.
And he says that, they're a threat to society. Oh, that was Biden from his red speech.
Use violence as a form of self-defense.
But first you get him to say, yeah, that's a call for violence. And we have to stop.
And Your Honor, the second video is P56.
Use multiple examples of leftists using phrases and ask whether this is a call for violence, but set up the question so that he thinks it's a quote from Trump.
Yes.
P56 is committed.
But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue.
So set the stage for this video first and then tell us what you saw in the video.
Sure. So this was a press conference, a press conference on the heels of the Unite the Right rally, which again just is to underscore a deadly Unite the Right rally where one person's murdered and dozens of others injured by white supremacists who had planned and organized an event to be violent, shown up in Charlottesville, Virginia, and executed dozens of acts of violence throughout the day, including murder. And during this press conference, we hear the president refer to there being fine people. And one of the things, as part of this,
No one there was well-meaning.
And one of the things certainly that we know is white supremacists and other far-right extremists heard that message as an endorsement, and they tell us that they thank the president.
They always do, over and over again. They're like, "Will you finally condemn
David Duke, who was present that day, the right
KKK? Why can't you just condemn the KKK?" And Monday, yeah, I condemn the KKK. Tuesday, but why won't you finally condemn the KKK? I condemn the KKK. Wednesday. One thing that bothers me is you never condemn the KKK. Just by asking the question, they try to make him sound like
the president for the comments and said that they understood some degree of kind of condemnation in the comments was necessary on his part, but in large, they took it as an endorsement.
In your work on leaders of political extremism, have you ever seen a national
he literally says that, it's correct,
leading political figure endorse violence in the way that you've seen Donald Trump endorse violence?
No, I have not.
Now, let's go to a rally in Alabama. And tell us what we're going to see here.
You should also ask him, have you ever heard him condemn the KKK? And show a montage of him doing it.
Birmingham, you're going to hear Donald Trump comment about a protester at the rally and needing to.
This is so stupid. This guy's a professional.
And then what do we see on the right?
And then the following day is Fox News segment where Donald Trump is calling in on the phone and is being asked a question about what happened at the rally.
And Your Honor, this is exhibits P50 and P48. We moved for both of their admissions.
I'll admit
This is also November of. This is November 20.
P50's on the left.
15?
Okay.
When the hell is this?
Great. All right, let's play P50. Okay, Dr. Thimi.
Sure.
Can you get him the hell out of here, will you, please? Get him out of here. Throw him out.
What the heck is that?
And then now,
What are they talking about?
He's referring to a protester there.
So he says, "Get him out."
And now let's play the interview.
This is so stupid.
P48.
And it was I don't know, you say roughed up. He was so obnoxious and so loud. He was screaming. I had 10,000 people in the room yesterday. 10,000 people, and this guy started screaming by himself. And then, I don't know, rough up. Maybe he should have been roughed up because it was absolutely disgusting what he was doing.
A year
this was not
before
handled the way Bernie Sanders handled
he won an election. This is just
asinine. They were not happy about it.
This is ridiculous.
Very obnoxious guy who was in trouble.
I would be objecting to this.
But I didn't get to see the event.
I would be objecting to this left and right.
What? Sorry.
That is 51.
P48.
P48 submitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So tell us, Dr. Simi, what did you see in Trump's reaction the next day about his relationship to political violence?
You get an endorsement, right? You get, again, the built-in kind of self-defense argument there in terms of his comments, but you get an endorsement. Maybe he should have been roughed up. You get the maybe inserted, which qualifies it a bit, but what far-right extremists hear is they hear the comments at the rally, the strong language about getting him out of here.
Get him out of here. That's such strong language. Such strong language. This is so stupid. His calling this strong language is just showing why we need free speech, and this entire trial is such a shame.
And we have one more series of a pair of Trump videos. Let's go to that slide. And Your Honor, these are both Trump speeches, P123 and P56. And they're both just Trump speaking.
This is so stupid. Why aren't you objecting?
P56 and 123.
P56 and 123.
Thank you very much.
Don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. See, if I say, go get him, I get in trouble with the press, the most dishonest human beings in the world.
He's calling the press dishonest. That's a call for violence.
If I say, don't hurt him, then the press says, oh, Trump isn't as tough as he used to be. Can you believe this?
So tell us about the communication strategies Donald Trump is using in that video.
Well, he makes this proposition about if I say go get him, which I have no idea why a national political figure would ever say go get him.
He said if I don't,
use that kind of language.
he said if I said don't hurt him.
Conventional aspect that we were just talking about, that for far-right extremists is something that they are galvanized by. They're really mobilized by.
Anything they say is galvanizing.
Says,
this is so stupid.
He gets in trouble.
What the hell is
But
not
if he says,
galvanizing?
don't hurt him, then they say he's weak. And so it's a very kind of mixed message, but certainly there's no clear, consistent message about condemning violence.
He condemned violence over and over again. That's what you should have a montage of him condemning violence. He's so stupid.
Unless
there's no clear,
Your Honor,
consistent
I want to
message.
object.
Shut up.
The witness continues to say you would expect this among our leaders. Historically, I'm not aware of any leader like this. We'll accept, the court has accepted his expertise.
No, because left-wingers are never violent.
Extremism, he is not an expert on political discourse, political campaigns.
You still object.
Historical behavior of other presidents.
And she has sustained some objections.
He has very limited expertise there, and that's what he's here for.
I will strike Professor CB's statement regarding what one would expect of political leaders.
Okay. Dr. Simi, in
Now you're finally objecting.
your 27 years working on far-right extremism, do you look at the relationship between far-right extremists and politicians as part of that work you've done?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Both local and national politicians?
That's correct.
Okay. In your 27
Nice.
years of experience, have you ever seen either a statewide or national politician use the kind of language that we're seeing here from Donald Trump about violence?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Go ahead, Don.
Okay. Let's turn to the second video. And before we play the second video on this screen, tell us what you see. Tell us what we're going to see.
This is also from the press conference after Unite the Right. So same press conference that we saw the earlier clip about fine people. And we're going to see additional comments.
I'm sure in that group there was some bad ones. The following day, it looked like they had some rough, bad people, neo-Nazis, white nationalists, whatever you want to call them.
Why doesn't
cutting off the
Donald
parts where
Trump
he's
saying
condemning them.
there were some rough, bad people sort of serve as a kind of condemnation that you said you were looking for?
Far-right extremists understand that those kinds of negations, that kind of condemnation is going to be necessary.
So then even if he condemns them, well, because he's Trump, obviously he's endorsing them. This is so stupid.
It's very clear that from an audience perspective, far-right extremists realize that that part of the comments were necessary, but that still the overall message for them they received was affirmation.
And as part of your work on far-right extremism, have you looked at how Trump supporters react to these kind of statements that we've seen?
Yes, I have.
And as a general matter, what did you see?
Yeah, well, I mentioned, for instance, Andrew Anglin and the comments that he made, where he actually
Sociologists are a scam.
says that basically
This
Trump,
guy is basically revealing why sociologists are so it's so stupid. It's just some idiot sitting on a couch basically saying, "This is what he really means."
Necessary. Overall, it's good for us. And many non-leaders rank and file similar sentiments expressed on various social media platforms and so forth.
Okay. Now, in your work, have you seen other politicians use language like fight, et cetera, in their speech?
Oh, sure.
What observed differences do you see between Donald Trump's use of rhetoric like that and other political speakers?
Well, this is all about context when we've been discussing this relationship between Donald Trump and far-right extremists. It has to be understood within a pattern that developed over multiple years. And so
multiple. He's been planning for this insurrection for years.
Take a certain shape.
So
the same
stupid.
word, though, in a different context, without that pattern, would obviously have different meanings.
In your study, have you ever seen any other national political figure have the same kind of repeated violence occurring in their presence and refusal to condemn or endorsement of it as you see with Donald Trump?
No, I have not.
I want to turn now to the events leading up to January 6th. We've talked about sort of Donald Trump's relationship with far-right extremists generally, and I want to focus on the lead up to January 6th. And I want to start with admitted exhibit about Donald Trump saying to the Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. So let's play this, and then I have a couple questions for you about this statement.
What are you doing? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name.
supremacists and white supremacists and white supremacists.
Stand back and stand by.
What impacts did Trump's statement of stand back and stand by to the Proud Boys have?
Well, it's powerful, it's influential almost immediately.
In September.
Received as an affirmation, as an endorsement of sorts. You start to see Proud Boys turn the mantra into t-shirts that are being sold. And it's not just the Proud Boys that received that message. Far-right extremists more broadly saw and heard that message as affirmation.
Oh, so you're not a big fan of Dr. Peter Seaman?
In this exchange, who who used the word Proud Boys? Was he asked a question about the Proud Boys, or did he pick that out of his own brain to say it?
Yeah, can you replay?
Sure.
This is this. He actually was asked. He was specifically asked.
Give me a name. Give me a
White
name.
supremacists and white supremacists and white
Proud
supremacists.
Boys, stand back and stand by.
He said.
So, the replaying the clip help answer the question?
Yeah, there's some crosstalk. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's a little bit harder in terms of.
They were talking about Proud Boys 5 minutes earlier.
He obviously says Proud Boys.
Yep. And you mentioned that Proud Boys and other extremist groups
Because he was being asked,
took this
are
as
they
an
extremists?
endorsement.
Are they-
Did Trump eventually
several times
issue a statement that these groups understood as a call to stop standing by, but rather to act?
Before you go there, I mean, what does stand back, stand by, how did they, in your view, interpret it? Because it doesn't mean anything to me.
Sure. Yeah, they interpreted it as a preparedness, as an endorsement, and to be prepared, and to kind of be on alert, we might say. For something.
And did Donald Trump then tell them what that something was?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Let's show
Where?
the next slide.
So there's a
what do
quote
we
for
see
this
on the
and a quote
left?
for that, and
on this
apparently
slide?
they're all very
Donald Trump.
they're deciphering him.
And in your work, what importance does this tweet have?
Very substantial. You see the reference to a 36-page report about election fraud, and then at the end of the statement is the final kind of line: big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there. Will be wild with exclamation point.
Okay. And in your work, did you look at how the far-right extremists reacted to this tweet?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Let's play Exhibit P80.
That's because
and, Your
he's
Honor, this was on the
sociologist,
admitted
an expert
or admissible
sociologist.
exhibits. And based on
Everyone
Your
thinks
Honor's earlier rulings, let's just play this as a demonstration rather than admissible evidence. Okay.
But that is a good question for them to point out.
It's Saturday, December 19th. The year is 2020. And one of the most historic events in American history has just taken place. President Trump, in the early morning hours today, tweeted that he wants the American people to march on Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021.
So?
And now Donald Trump
So?
is calling on his
So?
supporters to descend on Washington, D.C. January 6th.
So?
He is now calling on we, the people, to take action and show our numbers.
Donald Trump is telling
Show our numbers. Show our numbers.
January 6th, see you in D.C. That's today, man. This dude is sending this tweet out every single day, and you can see the pieces, friends. They're all moving together for a straight-up lit party in Washington, D.C. on January 6th.
This is the most important call to action on domestic soil since Paul Revere and his ride in 1776.
Oh, that's 1776. Alex Jones is telling everyone.
Millions of Americans moving to Washington, occupying the entire area, if necessary, storming right into the Capitol.
I hope you have a clip of me.
We know the rules of engagement. If you have enough people, you can push down any kind of a fence or a wall.
This could be Trump's last stand. And it's a time when he has specifically
Tim Pool is a
called on
far-right
his supporters
extremist.
to arrive.
Tim Pool, far-right
That's
extremist Tim
something
Pool.
that may actually be the big push. Trump supporters need to say, this is it. It's now or never.
You better understand something, son. You better understand something. Red wedding.
I would ask him, Tim Pool.
There's going to be a red wedding going down January 6th.
On that day, Trump says, show up for a protest. It's going to be wild. And based on what we've already seen,
Reactionary
events,
YouTuber.
I think Trump is absolutely
Reactionary
right.
YouTuber is how they labeled Tim Pool.
You better look up January 6th. Keep that fucking door open. Look down the street. There's going to be a million plus geeked up armed Americans.
The time for games is over. The time for action is now. Where were you when history called?
What did you see in the reaction
one of them
of
say
right-wing
anything about
extremists to
insurrection.
Trump's tweet in that video?
There's quite a bit there. You have,
Quite a bit.
Various references, including specific references to attacking the Capitol, storming the Capitol, pushing indoors. You have a reference to Red Wedding, which is a reference to a TV show, a massacre that occurs on a TV show. You have general kind of calls to action based on the tweet and the tweets that followed in terms of encouraging and urging people to go to January 6th.
In your review of this, did you also look at other reactions of right-wing extremists to Donald Trump's "will be wild" tweet beyond this?
Yes, I did.
And in your general review of the reaction to the "will be wild" tweet, did you see folks understand the purpose of being there?
Yeah, absolutely. Including that it's now time to take action. We were on standby, and now it's time for action. So there's actual explicit references and statements made by far-right extremists about that understanding.
Now, I want to play Exhibit P73 next, which is the video that Trump retweeted the same day as the "will be wild" speech. And I want to play the video, and then I want to ask you how you connect, what connection you see between the "will be wild" tweet and the video.
I actually like this commercial a lot.
So, Dr. Simi, I have a few questions about this video. Tell us how the communication strategies used in this video relate to communication strategies used by other leaders of far-right extremists.
Well, the fight for Trump and save the world, save America. So again, this goes back to something we've been talking a lot about, which is this idea of an existential threat. And that's required certain kinds of action, violent action, to fend off these threats. I should point out that the video was reposted from the Donald Wynn, a site that became a hotbed for violent far-right extremist comments, statements, including specifically related to the attack on the Capitol. And that's that context that's also important that we've been talking a lot about. Looking at that larger context from where the video comes from and the consistency.
And let me stop here. What do you mean by it was reposted from the Donald Wynn? Like, tell us how this video came to be. Because Donald Trump posted from his Twitter feed, right?
Right.
Okay. So what do you mean by it was reposted from the Donald Wynn?
It had originally appeared.
Okay.
I heard Red Wedding also.
A video appears on any platform, it can be reposted on a different platform.
That is two totally different things,
Prior
Red Wave
to-
and Red
to,
Wedding.
Donald Trump posting on Twitter, it had appeared on the Donald Wynn site.
And what significance to you does that context have?
Again, as I mentioned, the Donald Wynn, had for quite some time been a hotbed for far-right extremists.
The left uses fight all the time.
Involving violence, and then
that was shown in a montage in the second impeachment trial.
Attack on the Capitol.
All these lefty politicians can fight.
Committing various acts of violence on January 6th. So that's.
And this is donaldwin.com or something?
They should show that montage
It's actually now
that Vanderveen used.
The domain name has changed since January 6th.
It was donaldwin.net. Okay. Okay.
At that time. I couldn't tell you exactly when the domain name change happened.
And how, based on your work, how do followers, the right-wing extremist followers of Donald Trump, interpret this fight for Trump mantra that we hear chanted over and over again in the video?
Far-right extremists view the word fight in literal terms.
Oh, they're the only ones. They're the only ones. This is such garbage. Go to hell. Oh my gosh, I am getting so. This is insanity. This is insanity. You need to have a sociologist, an expert.
Now, based on your work,
this is just craziness. This is woo, woo, woo. I mean, this is just crazy levels of insanity.
Well, they tend to be anti-democratic, so I would leave off the last part. But yes, definitely an existential threat that needs to be fended off.
The threat to democracy is they see it because they feel like it's corrupt, etc. Right? I mean,
yeah. So in that respect,
the ones who are paying attention will.
And talk to us, Dr. Simi, about how this self-defense language, the "Stop the Steal."
This is not an indictment of Trump. This is an indictment of everyone on the right.
How that plays into
you're on the right. That means you
extremist view of the election process is going to play out from
That's
November
what this jackass
January.
is saying here.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. Just following up on the judge's question in terms of the existential threat that you've talked about, far-right extremist theme, and their framing in terms of self-defense. Let me ask a preliminary question first. How does self-defense, that viewpoint, relate to the way the extremists looked at the election and the process that followed the election?
Again, it's about this idea of theft and still having things taken, things stolen. So the election was stolen, the system is corrupted. All of that is consistent with the broader kind of worldview we tend to have.
Okay, and what did they view, based on your work, as the existential threat that the election posed to them?
To no longer have Donald Trump in power and to have that taken from them.
Not having election integrity. No, not at all.
Based on your work, how did far-right extremists react to Trump's calls to come to Washington, D.C. on January 6th?
They were galvanized, mobilized, energized.
Beyond organizing them to come to Washington, D.C. on D.C., what did you see about other reactions they had to Trump's call for them to be there?
Well, a number of things happened after the December 19th tweet, and certainly lots of messaging occurred in terms of far-right extremists, being energized and mobilized in terms of towards January 6th.
And on the next slide, we have a couple examples of some extremist reactions to the Will Be Wild tweet. Tell us what we see on the left. First, who is the group, the 3%ers original?
Well, as I mentioned at the beginning, the 3%ers are organized in different kinds of sects. Most of the 3% original would be one kind of sect of 3%ers. You might have another one, 3%ers Kansas, so forth and so on across the country. So this was one of those.
And
that's precisely
what do you see in the quote, the first quote where they say, "Stand ready and are standing by to answer the call from our president"?
Yeah, this is, goes to, the way in which the comment about that was made during the debate really resonated with far right extremists, not just the Proud Boys, but here you see the 3%ers referencing the statement that Donald Trump made during the debate. And,
So that means that
they're ready
his
for
statement,
action.
therefore,
And then
because
the next quote
people
says,
interpret
pure
that, and
evil
at the time
that
he
is
made this statement,
conspiring
that's what he
to
had in
steal
mind.
our country away from the American people. Do you see that?
Mhm.
And
Yes.
how does that fit into the pattern of communication you've seen?
Again, it represents the worldview in terms of seeing these imminent threats, these existential threats, deeply tied to the idea of the stolen election, but also more broad than that, basically
If people are talking in all caps, if they're contributing, like I prefer not talking in all
The
caps.
next quote from the 3%ers original is,
if they're contributing to the conversation,
instructing
it's
any
better
member who
to
can
let them
attend
talk.
to
But I prefer if you
participate
could
on
avoid
January
all
6th
caps.
because the
It's
President of the
tragic.
United States has put out a general call for patriots of this nation to gather in Washington, D.C. Did you see other examples of
You can see
far
his
right
name.
extremists
His
viewing the
name is
Will
even
Be
all
Wild
caps.
tweet as a general call for patriots of this nation to gather in Washington, D.C.?
Yes, it was very substantial. And that was in general, I would say across far right extremists, there was a substantial presence of that reaction.
And on the right, we see another message. Why don't you read the message and tell us how that fits into what you've seen in terms of patterns of communication?
Yeah, so here you have a message that says Trump is calling for Proud Boys to show up on the 6th. So pretty straightforward in terms of that's how the message was received in terms of the tweet.
Okay. Now, beyond using social media to bring people to Washington, D.C. on January 6th, did Trump say or do anything else to communicate his support for protesters who were coming out to support him?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Were there rallies between after the election and before January 6th in D.C.?
He had rallies.
Okay.
There were rallies.
Was there one in November?
With people
Yes, there was.
who were cheering for him.
Okay. And at the Million MAGA march, did it turn violent?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'd like to show a video for demonstrative purposes only. This is a video that on the left is of Donald Trump's motorcade sort of driving through the march. It hasn't been admitted, but I think just for demonstrative purpose only, if I could show it to the expert.
That's fine.
So what do we see in that video, Dr. Teamy?
Well, you see a presidential motorcade driving through the protest, at least this segment of the protest, and obviously they're responding very favorably to the motorcade and very excited and viewing this as seems to be an affirmation of sorts.
In your work on political violence and extremism, have you ever seen a national politician show support like this for a rally that turned violent?
Objection, relevance. And relevance.
I'll re-ask it.
It's like so stupid.
Dr. Simi, how does the video we just watched relate to your study of other national politicians?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't think he's testified that he studied other politicians beyond the scope of expertise.
He did actually previously testify that part of his work includes studying national politicians in general and the relationship to extremism. So I'm going to let him answer the question to the extent he can.
I've never seen anything, certainly in recent history, that's similar to this, like what happened.
Okay. On the right, what do we see?
So this is a tweet by Donald Trump responding to what happened ultimately in terms of the violence that occurred. And you see it starts with Antifa scum ran for the hills today when they tried attacking the people at the Trump rally because those people aggressively fought back. Antifa waited until tonight.
This dude has a lot of issues.
Ultimately says to attack innocent hashtag MAGA people.
He has a lot of issues in his personal life. That's my speculation. That's my assessment.
So, was the violence before or after the drive-thru?
After it was in the evening.
How did far-right extremists view Donald Trump's comment on the violence?
Endorsement. It's pointing, essentially responsibility at Antifa and using language that would be consistent with
because he's endorsing.
So again, there's
this is so. They are so violent. Antifa is not scum. This is so stupid.
That again framed as self-defense. The violence directed towards Antifa was necessary for self-defense purposes.
Were there events outside of rallies that show you how extremists reacted to Trump's sort of rhetoric about stop the steal and
brother is
invocation of
coded language?
violence?
Send me more super chats.
Okay, let's look next at the video that's already been admitted into evidence. And before we play the video, tell us, what are we looking at here?
As the Stop the Steal conspiracy theory started galvanizing far-right extremists, one of the things we saw was a substantial increase in threats to election workers and election officials. And so here we're about to hear from one of the officials in Georgia, the Secretary of State's office, essentially asked President Trump to stop inciting violence. So that'll be his comments in the video.
So let's play the video and then let's talk about how Trump responded to that request.
Okay.
What you don't have the ability to do, and you need to step up and say this, is stop inspiring people to commit potential acts of violence. Someone's going to get hurt. Someone's going to get shot.
I pulled this up. I actually looked up the Amos quote, but I just don't want to be focusing on Gaza right now.
Who was he telling to stop encouraging people to engage in violence?
President Trump.
Okay. How did President Trump respond to that specific call from the Georgia Secretary of State worker to stop telling people to engage in violence?
So to the right of the video you just played is Donald Trump tweeting a message, but also retweeting the video that is the clip of the video that you just saw. So we see in the comment, rigged election.
Oh, good brother.
So show signatures and envelopes.
I was just explaining to you why I just pulled it up and rather than reading it. I also don't read all super chats during a trial.
Being asked to condemn violence.
I'll pull them up, but I won't
violence.
necessarily read them out
And the
loud.
response is
I thought I pulled yours up. If I didn't,
on the very thing
I meant to.
that Mr. Sterling has claimed is inspiring the threats of violence towards the election workers and officials in Georgia. So the double down on the thing that's inspiring it, no reference to condemning violent threats.
Oh, every time anything ever happens, it's his duty to condemn. This is such an attack on free speech. This is such a blatant attack on free speech.
based on your work, how would far-right extremists perceive Trump's
Everything he
response?
says is a call for action. Is a call for action to only right, to only the right.
This
This is so
is no
stupid.
condemnation. There's you get that admission that we talked about earlier, which
Offensive.
is often perceived by far-right extremists as a sign of support, but also the doubling down on the very thing. That's
this is a great quote
in the first place
for
would be
a cross-examine.
a sign of support from the perspective of far-right extremists.
I want to turn now to the days leading up to January 6th. In your review of what happened, did you find evidence that helped you understand why some attacked the Capitol?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
It's a perfect.
I want to play, for demonstrative purposes only, a video, P81, and then we can talk about
Great call, Kelly. I'd forgotten this quote, and this is a great quote.
the context that these speeches fit into the
I think I'm gonna
larger
save this
January
quote,
6th
'cause I want to address
event.
this when I
I
during the
want
break.
them to know that 1776 is always an option.
Ooh, you see, that's proof that it's coded language. That's proof.
These degenerates in the deep state are going to give us what we want, or we are going to shut this country down.
This guy's probably close.
1776, 1776, 1776, 1776.
So what do we see here, Dr. Simeon, and why is this important for your work in this case?
Because you're saying 1776 means get violent rather than stand strong.
Talking about 1776.
So stupid.
1776 being an option. And you see the references to the deep state being degenerates. So again, we're back to the dehumanizing language, which is an important.
1776 is dehumanizing.
Violence. So that's that portion of the beginning, and then the second kind of portion is Alex Jones shouting repeatedly 1776. And again, within this cultural context, that term is going to have a very specific meaning that's different than it would for outsiders outside of that context.
And in the video, we see a couple banners in the background. Tell us what those banners show.
Well, you see one to my right, a white banner that says "Stop the Steal," "Stop the Steal," in black lettering. There's a Trump banner, 2020.
Okay, and now, do you know which people on January 6th that stormed the Capitol saw which political speech the day before?
Or if they saw any?
Not across the board.
Yeah. And does that undercut your ability to explain
Not at all. I know
what
everything.
happened on January 6th?
I'm an expert witness.
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
We're talking about a lot of different sources of influence. We're talking about what happened specifically on January 6th in terms of the speech at the Ellipse. We're talking about various tweets. We're talking about various events in the lead up to January 6th. So, for saying one thing is the source of the influence would not be really accurate. What we can see, though, is among far-right extremists, how these different sources of influence ultimately resulted in terms of producing the attack on the Capitol.
And in your work, did you see Donald Trump as sort of leading that influence?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now let's talk about what happened on January 6th.
So before, I think what we're going to do, since it's been almost 2 hours,
Okay.
let's take a break. But Mr. Kessler, I just want to make sure that you'll do cross probably immediately following without a break in between, because I'm assuming Israel Senior kind of coming towards the end.
Yeah, I probably have another 20 to 30 minutes. So.
So we'll go straight into direct after Mr. Olson finishes will go straight into cross after Mr. Olson finishes his script. And we will be back at
Just before we break, I just want to make sure we have a common understanding about our interaction with witnesses during breaks or on the stand. I assume we're not to talk to them about the substance of their testimony on a break. Okay, great, thank you.
So we will be back at 10:15.
Okay, thank you.
So we got a 15-minute break here. During that break, I just want to pull up here Rummel Rant. I'm going to pull up a Rummel Rant here. So I have Tatone says, we put together the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in history of American politics, Joe Biden, October 20th. Yep. And apparently this dude's part of the team. I also want to point out that, let me make sure I didn't miss any other Rummel Rants here. He also says, the fact that this judge went out of her way to ask his interpretation of stand back and stand by tells me that's what she's going to cite for disqualification. She wants cover of expert testimony. It is a little bit disconcerting. I mean, and I'm not, don't get me wrong. This judge has come across as being moderately, not crazy overtly leaning toward the left, but the fact that she even demanded that she take this case. I mean, this bright light behind me, I don't like that. It's better. The fact that she even made sure she kept this case is, rather than letting go to federal court, despite the fact that this is basically a question about constitutional interpretation, is indicative of what her mindset is. That she feels it's very important that she handles this case. So, because most people would say, what the hell, why is this not in federal court? Why is it in state court when it's all about interpreting the U.S. Constitution and whether or not this should invalidate the 14th Amendment invalidates Trump from serving as as president. So you would think that's a federal question, but she made sure she kept this case. Anyhow, so that should be scary to anyone in the first place. I want to pull this up that Kelly brought up earlier. Sorry, I'm just checking my video, which seems to be refreshing poorly. I'm not sure if they're still playing it on C-SPAN, but I'll just take note of the time. So I gotta worry about this in 10 minutes. So Kelly cited this, and what I was saying, that the best way of attacking this witness, if you're Trump's attorneys, which technically they're not, technically they're interveners, because this case was actually filed not against Donald Trump. It was 6 petitioners who filed against the Secretary of State, and Trump intervened, was allowed to intervene to object to it. The Secretary of State's position is, based on what their attorney said yesterday, is we don't care. Let the court tell us what to do. And we'll do whatever the court tells us to do. So that's why it's sort of morphed from its original position of petitioners versus Secretary of State to petitioners versus the intervening Donald Trump, and also the Republican Party, which has also intervened. Now, the Republican Party of the state of Colorado. So this quote here, because what this guy has basically been saying throughout is there's tons of coded language, and it means something very different to the right-wing extremists than it means to you or me. No one else understands this. So when they hear fight, to them it means fight. No one else, just them. And he also that, that Trump is constantly talking in coded language. So that's why I think that you need to show his doublespeak and basically say to him, so when Trump said you get out there and get in their faces, you push back, they're not welcome here. There's one of two possibilities as to how this witness will respond. And the best types of questions you can ask on cross are questions that you do not actually care what the answer is, because the question itself, no matter which way, that you're basically having the witness pick the lethal door that they want to walk into. So if you throw a quote like this up there, and you could throw several more quotes out there, you say you get out in their faces, you push back, they're not welcome there. He might recognize that as being, that was such a famous clip. He might recognize that as being Maxine Waters, who is a crazy leftist screaming about how that her followers should follow Trump's family around in restaurants and go out there and harass them. So you say, is that a call for action or not? Now, he's either, so he might not recognize it, in which case he might say, yeah, it is. And if he does say it is, then you follow up and say, so if that's a call for action, so in that case, you are, whatchamacallit? So this is the sort of thing that, you know, is you would think is inciting people towards violence. And then if he doesn't recognize it as being Maxine Waters and thinks it actually is Trump, so you basically locked him, so you basically exposed that, hey, look, this is how politicians talk. This is what they say. No one thought that Maxine Waters was, even though frankly that was a far more overt call. And if he says it's not a call, let's say he recognized it. He says it's not a call for action. So you're saying when you say you get in their faces, you push back, that's worse than if someone says 1776. That's worse than if someone says FAFO. Really? So that's more overt. And if he says, well, that was Maxine Waters, it's different there. So you say, oh, so the exact same words, that gives you an opportunity instead to say, so you're saying that the exact same words are only wrong if they're spoken by someone on the right, not by someone on the left. And either way, whichever door he walks through, if this judge is remotely impartial, has any inclination toward being impartial, you've just exposed this guy as being a complete sham, that he's just some crazy leftist who's like, oh, if the right says it, then it's terrible. But if the left said, no matter what they say, if he says, hey, you know, if he says, don't get violent, that's a call to say, you know what I mean? I mean, this clown identified Tim Pool as a right-wing extremist. Tim Pool, which I'm not gonna kid you, he's definitely veered closer to the right. In 2020, there's no way anyone thought of him as a right-wing extremist. Zero chance. Nobody thought of that. But he's throwing clips of 2020 reading about the January 6th upcoming rally and saying, oh, here you go, reactionary YouTube. They had Salty Crackers, they had Alex Jones, right-wing extremist. I'm telling you right now, I'm sure that he would identify me as a right-wing extremist, and that's why I'm offended. There was zero clips from me, zero. It was really somewhat offensive. But this is a great quote, and they should really have ready like a dozen of these quotes, not just one, but just show another one from the left, another one. There are probably countless quotes from the red speech that Biden gave where he was identifying MAGA as the biggest threat, ultra MAGA. But you don't take the quote where he's saying ultra MAGA. You basically take you find other quotes where they're basically talking about, you know, the measures that have to be taken in order to identify that this is how politicians frequently speak. And it's ridiculous to start saying that if you're saying that the right-wing extremists alone are the only people in the country who take that as a call for action. Left-wing extremists don't. Only right-wing extremists take this as a call for action. What you're basically saying is that half the country, that the other half of the country, they're just a whole bunch of crazies. It's a very thin limb to walk out on. And I understand that in Colorado, you might be able to walk out on that limb. I'm simply saying it exposes everything about the sham that's happening here. Trying to figure out, I see I'm having issues here. The page is timed out to resume playback. Please refresh the page. Let's refresh this page and see if this is still working.
You'll be fine.
Okay, it is still working, so I'm good there. All right, so I'm going to mute that. The court is using a timer on these proceedings. The court is I don't know how much time was allotted to each of them, but at the end of the trial, at the end of the day yesterday, they gave a time used deal. And they said how much time had been used by each side. I don't know what's happening because I'm not supposed to be back for another 4 minutes, but I'll show you what's happening in the courtroom there. A reaction is someone who is intent on defending the existing order, reacts to revolution. To call up a reaction is called sedition. It could be that they're all settling in to make sure that they're ready at 12:15 and start promptly.
Good morning, we're on the record on Honorable Anderson v. Janet Swalwell.
Oh, no. When I refreshed, did they end this thing?
We'll do cross probably.
Oh my gosh.
Because I'm assuming Israel's in here.
That makes sense because they said it's going to be 1 week of trial.
Yeah, I probably have another 20 to 30 minutes.
So we'll go straight.
I know this was the end of it. It looks as if they ended this clip.
We'll go straight into cross after Mr. Wilson finishes his direct.
I don't like the way C-SPAN runs their
We'll
thing.
be back at
Just before we break, I just want to make sure we have a common understanding about our interaction with witnesses during breaks or on the stand. I assume we're not to talk to them about the substance of their testimony on a break. Okay, great, thank you.
So we will be back at 10:15.
Thank you.
So that was at 1:56:10 on this thing. And that's where it ends. Oh, gosh. I hope they didn't screw this up. Stream October 30th.
And patriotically.
Oh, shut up, you. I'm so frustrated. It's so hard to get anyone who's streaming this thing properly. C-SPAN is frustrating me right now. Okay, so I'm going to show you what I'm looking at here, so you can understand what I'm trying to do. So C-SPAN, which is the only place that I found this on here, they say this is starting at 12:30. I don't understand what the hell they're doing. They're saying this is Colorado Day 2, Part 2 over here. The earlier stuff, when I click on the earlier link, which is gone now. But the link we were watching for the last 2 hours. Oh, this is it. This is it here. This is the link that is an hour and 56.
You'll be fine. Okay. You'll be fine.
And this is where we just came into the break. So I think C-SPAN is screwing up. I hope when they say this, that was at 10:05. So it seems as if they're basically keeping this thing on a break for another 15 minutes. It's 12:16 my time, which is 10:16 Mountain Time, where this trial is happening here. It seems as if this link over here, day 2, part 2, is set up for 15 minutes from now, which I guess is supposed to be after the break. I'll have available airing on the C-SPAN networks. Electoral college service system at state level. These big cities are killing our states. Oh, I totally agree with you on that. I've been calling for that for a long time. The more localized our governance is, the more American it is. And the better it will tailor to its specific citizens. Because people are different in various parts of a state, much less across the country. Okay, so let's see. I look on YouTube. I have Trump trial live, Colorado. When I put this in, this is from yesterday. This is not the right thing, as you'll see if I open a new tab here.
Should have done more.
This was yesterday. This is on
more stuff
what they keep playing here. This was yesterday's opening statements. This is streamed 21 hours ago. $22 hours ago. $21 hours ago, 16 hours ago. By the way, if any of you have links, a better suggestion than this, which is C-SPAN, which is supposed to be starting in 10 minutes. I don't know if they're going to start from the beginning. I don't know what they're going to do. Oh, please. I'm not dealing with that. This is much trickier to find than I anticipated. I'm not going to kid you. I'm assuming that within the next 10 minutes, this video will be live. That's what we should anticipate. That's what we should anticipate. That's what we should anticipate. What we got here? I don't know if they have 18 hours. Supposedly they have only like 2 witnesses left. It's hard to imagine. And they only used like 4.5 hours yesterday and 2 hours today, which they have another half hour with him. So that puts them at 7 hours. I don't know what they're going to do with another 11 hours. I can't even imagine what they're going to do with another 11 hours. What a mess. Is it? It's live?
mistakes they made in certifying incorrect
Thank you.
and fraudulent numbers in a process not approved by the state legislature. Mike can send it back.
So, Professor Simi, when you read, then you're even faster. And I have the vantage point of being able to see the reporter stream.
Okay.
So,
My sincere apologies.
we're just trying to protect the record.
Sure.
Did you get it?
So let's not read the second tweet, Dr. Simi. But I do want to ask you, well, both focus on Mike Pence, right?
That's correct.
What significance does these early morning statements focusing on Mike Pence from Donald Trump have in your study?
It's part of the
or he's talking to Mike Pence, telling Mike Pence to man up and stop having his shriveled minerals dictate his cowardice.
Remain in power, which again, for far-right extremists,
this is so
they're
stupid.
seeing this in terms of
that's another line of questioning. It should be like, so if he wants them to actually not fight physically, what should he say? That's another great line of questioning.
Now let's turn to
really wants them to
some
fight
of the speech that Donald Trump gave on the ellipse.
How would he word that?
But before we do that, can you tell us, did you see similarities or differences between the speeches of Donald Trump that we've looked at earlier today and the speech he gave on the ellipse in terms of his use of language?
Yeah, many similarities.
Okay. Can you give us some examples that we should be looking for?
To me, that's actually even a better question.
Certain aggressive kind of words in terms of phrasing things, the really strong emphasis again on this.
Let's say he
issue
really
of
didn't want
existential
insurrection.
threat.
He really just wants them to march peacefully. How would he word that differently?
Your country, your culture, your way of life, these kind of themes that we've been discussing. Very important.
San Francisco
right.
liberals flocked Denver a couple years ago. They literally couldn't live
Watch
under
the
their own
speech, and then I
policies.
want to
Of
ask
course
you a
they
few questions
can't.
about it.
Of course they can't.
Or
No one
portions of the
can.
speech.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore. And that's what this is all about. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. We want to go back and we want to get this right. Because we're going to have somebody in there that should not be in there, and our country will be destroyed, and we're not going to stand for that. And we're going to have to fight much harder. Now it is up to Congress to confront this egregious assault.
This whole edited montage is something they should be objecting to because they're clipping out other things that he says in between, which make it evident that he's not calling for them to engage in violence. And they just clip that out, and they should be objecting to this left and right. They objected to it yesterday, but this is just a sham.
I know that everyone
Another
here
clip.
will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. You will have an illegitimate president. That's what you will have. And we can't let that happen. And fraud breaks up everything, doesn't it? When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. So
Add
we're
clip,
going to
jump.
We're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue. And we're going to the Capitol.
Or like 9 different jumps in there.
What did we see in this speech?
We saw your blatant
that
clipping.
related to Trump's use of language. But you mentioned it's similar to what he's used before. What do we see here in terms of his use of language before that led to violence?
Fight or fighting, some variation is mentioned approximately 20 times in the speech. There's a strong emphasis on this. There's at one point the association between fighting and playing by a different set of rules when you have fraud. So there's this kind of a you might call it permission in terms of using other actions than one might take. There is the focus on losing your country is a consistent theme, and there is a mention of peaceful and patriotic, which is also consistent with many things we've been talking about.
Obviously, patriotism is a call for violence. Clearly, 1776.
Based on your understanding
call for violence.
of political extremism, how would extremists have understood Trump's
Iraqi cat
repeated calls to fight?
If he encourages in my
speech,
in my locals, which is goodlogic.locals.com,
a call to violence.
Yeah, if he encourages violence, that's violence. If he discourages violence, it's double speak. If he says nothing, then he's not denouncing violence.
Is meant to be taken literally.
So stupid. This is not an attack on Trump. This is an attack on you and me. Saying that no matter what he does, we're going to take that as, oh, he wants us to go violent. So he should be punished. This is so stupid.
Then fighting would be understood as requiring violent action.
Trump, in the speech, said, we're going to walk peacefully and patriotically. Why wouldn't the extremists in the audience have understood Trump calling only for a protest, a peaceful protest?
Part of it has to do with the emphasis. So we get back to contextual cues as being extremely important.
The contextual is that you just showed a montage that's been clipped together.
In this case, there's such
so you're taking it out of context and saying contextually he means this.
Only the one reference to the peaceful.
That's another thing I want them to hit him on cross.
Marching peacefully down to the Capitol. So there's a clear, for far extremes, there'd be a clear.
In my modified context,
it
sounds pretty violent. It sounds like it's a call for violence.
Is it your testimony that if you had watched that speech and nothing had happened, that you would have the same view? I mean, I guess what worries me with all of this is it's all kind of in 2020 hindsight. You know what happened. So, if first of all, did you watch the speech in real time?
No, I did not.
Okay. But is it your testimony that had you watched it in real time prior to knowing?
This is such a speculative question, Judge.
That you would have considered it a call for violence?
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
How do you even know if he watched it? What a ridiculous question from this judge. How do you know he ever saw the entire context? Is it your testimony that had you watched it? What an asinine question by this judge.
The amount of emphasis on fighting, that would have given me.
What a crazy question. Is it your testimony that had you watched it, you would have recognized as a call for violence?
Dr. Seaman, I could follow up on that.
You are crazy.
Did you have an interview with a reporter prior to
ever seen
the election in 2020?
Unbelievable. Wow.
Yes, I did.
Wow.
And in that
was
interview
tilted.
to the reporter,
That was
the reporter
tilted.
for the Atlantic, I think?
That's correct.
Okay. And in that interview with the Atlantic, what did you say about the likelihood of political violence led by Donald Trump?
Said it was quite high.
No, because it's not coded language if leftists say. It's only to the extreme right.
He was not reelected. That my concern was not necessarily the election itself.
Yeah, this judge, that exposed her right there. Is it your testimony that had you watched it, you would have recognized that at the time as a call for
Did
violence?
what we saw on January 6th reflect your concern that you made before the election
Yes, it did.
about political violence?
When he
led
didn't
by
even
Donald
say
Trump?
he ever saw it.
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Ridiculous.
Now, we've heard some testimony that some of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers already had a plan to attack the Capitol. You mentioned the 1776 return sort of planning document. How could this speech by Donald Trump affect them if they already had a plan and were already executing the plan?
Well, two things I would just want to mention. First, the plan among those like the Proud Boys to go directly to the Capitol and essentially begin executing the attack, that was largely influenced by things that happened prior to January 6th that involved Donald Trump, not the least of which would have been December 19th, Moving Wild. In terms of what happens on January 6th, though, the individuals who ultimately march to the Capitol and for those that take part in the attack on the Capitol, that are going there at the urging of Donald Trump. What that ends up doing, it creates a situation where you have this much larger crowd than you would have had.
Not sure if I pulled this up.
With just those that went directly to the Capitol. And of course, that, as Officer Hodges testified to yesterday, that becomes a weapon of sorts itself. Certainly becomes a force multiplier. And so that large number of individuals who that appear at the Capitol, and some of whom then directly take part in the attack, all of that becomes
it's a fair line question.
Reinforcement to those who went there directly.
Especially when he's talking now
earlier
about
you talked about sort of the violence implementers, the violence planners. Remind us the term for the folks that are maybe open to it but don't show up with a plan.
They're refer to them exactly in those terms. So there's also the term sympathetic bystander, which would fit some of those who marched to the Capitol as well, who may not have necessarily directly partaken in violence, but were there. And as was I think illustrated yesterday, just the size of the crowd became a very substantial obstacle and prevented the Capitol from being protected.
And you spoke, well, let me ask a threshold question first. Based on your review of what happened on January 6th, did the crowd have a unity of purpose that you saw?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Even though some were more prone to violence than others?
Why don't you just answer the first question? The original question was, did the crowd have a unity of purpose that you saw?
That's what leading is. That's what leading is.
Can you explain?
This judge is leaning now hard. Now she's leaning hard.
Person, there was some kind of single mind to the crowd.
Objection leading. Oh, so I'll ask the leading question instead.
Some of the video footage, some of the things that people said after the fact, some of the things we learned from some of the court documents, for example. You can see there were certainly a degree of unity of purpose in terms of coordination and cooperation and collaboration during the attack on the Capitol.
Okay. Let's play some videos from the Capitol. And Your Honor, P117 similarly is a list, is an exhibit that you sort of deemed admissible. We'll play it just for demonstrative purposes here because it involves
what the hell
folks other than Trump. But let's play this video, and then I have a couple of questions for you, Dr. Seeley.
It's not really valid evidence. Let me just show it to you.
So I want to first focus on the first call. This is our house. This is a revolution. Based on your understanding of the communication patterns of far-right extremists, what does this as a revolution, how would that be interpreted?
It's a violent revolution.
A violent revolution.
Of course, by this time,
obviously,
there has been various violent acts already taken.
And on the second clip, we see with the language still on the screen, we see fight back. They touch us, we hit them back. How does that relate to some of the communication patterns we talked about today?
You see this part that I wrote here? You see this part that I wrote here? What would that mean if they had actually said it in this inadmissible thing? This is just ridiculous. This is just ridiculous.
In here?
The members of the crowd that are singing.
Oh, I'm sorry. They touch us, we hit them back.
Yeah, the police.
No, the judge is not asleep. The judge is just clearly
now on the
totally
right.
Okay
we see a
ridiculous
flag
testimony
flying there. We see two flags. What's the meaning of the symbolism in the bigger flag?
Yeah, so it's a U.S. flag there, but it has a 3% symbol in the blue portion. And then you can see in the background there's a Confederate flag, which is a pretty common symbol used among far-right extremists to represent Confederacy in the U.S. Civil War.
Now, did you see in your review of what happened at the Capitol, did you see other indicia that folks came planned to commit violence there?
Yes, I did.
Talk to us about what you saw that evidenced folks came planning to commit violence.
Based on
Can you believe that
the people brought,
they brought a flag which had stars and stripes on it?
also things like tactical gear, headgear, various sorts of kind of preparation, things that would indicate a certain person had planned ahead of time.
Planned ahead of time. You know, it was like 4 degrees that day.
You mentioned weapons.
They were wearing coats.
And I believe Mr. Gessler yesterday said there were no weapons discovered at the Capitol. Were there weapons discovered at the Capitol?
It has.
Yes,
it has.
Absolutely.
Okay. What kinds of weapons?
Your Honor, I object.
Knives. There was, of course,
He is. It's true. He is kind of
weapons. Officers, in some cases, had their own weapons taken from them and used. And then, of course,
Your Honor, we're going to add to this. He's testifying on items that he has no personal knowledge of. Obviously, he's able to base an expert report and develop his opinions based on hearsay. But here he's actually testifying as a fact to things he has no personal knowledge. To the extent the petitioners want to prove weaponry, they can use sources and whatever they seek to do, but they don't give the.
That's a good objection. She might.
Your Honor, if I may respond. This goes directly to Dr. Simi's observation that many of the right-wing extremists at the Capitol came prepared to do violence, just like they brought tactical gears. The fact that they brought weapons supports his claim or his opinion and finding that the people were there with a purpose of committing violence and engaging in a violent political attack on the Capitol.
And was this disclosed?
Yes, it was on page 33 of this report.
She's about to overrule.
You just give me a moment to look at this.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Your Honor, his opinion is that people coming armed to the Capitol is consistent. That is different than him providing substantive testimony that people actually were armed. If he wants to accept that information as a hypothetical, then we can base an opinion on it. But the fact of the matter is, Your Honor, when Mr. Olson said he's basing it on his observations, if he was at the Capitol on January 6th, he can certainly testify to that. And if that's a premise of his opinion, that's fine. But he doesn't get to testify as to the actual testimony of that, the actual facts.
Okay, well, he was here and he watched the videos where we all saw people armed. But
Your Honor, if I may just.
I mean, I'm taking it for what it's worth, Mr.
Oh yeah, just trust me. Trust me. Just trust me.
He wasn't at the Capitol, I presume.
4.
And so his
4.
His testimony is based in part on what he's observed in court, I'm
including this montage.
It's his understanding that people were armed.
Your Honor, if I could, I just want to correct a significant misrepresentation that Mr. Gessler just made about the report. I put the page on the screen about what Dr. Simi actually said, and he didn't say what Mr. Gessler said. He says in the first line there, many who attended came prepared for violence from those armed with weapons, including guns, to tactical gear. And then he talks through a list of significant examples where there were findings by people. Either they refused to go through the magnometers or folks were arrested. So this is a significant,
that's not proof
substantial
that
disclosure.
Refusing to go through it doesn't mean at all that they're armed. This is such hot garbage.
You can testify.
All right, let me get us back to where we were. So this is, we'll pick up where we left off, Dr. Sammy, just to reorient us. We talked about this slide. Now, in addition to coming armed and with tactical gear, was there other evidence that you relied on in understanding the mob's purpose at the Capitol?
Sure, a variety of things, things that were apparent on video footage, things that were learned after the fact in terms of statements that individuals made, and then of course, prior to January 6th itself, the information that was available in open source on social media about the plans in terms of committing an attack on the Capitol. So.
Did you review, as part of your work, a collection of sort of social media statements that
were
participants in at the mob made, describing why they were there and what their purpose was?
That's great.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm not offering this for admissibility, but just to talk about the basis for Dr. Seavy's opinion.
Inadmissible,
I could, bring up
but I'm not offering
P25 just to show the kinds of things he relied on. It's one that Your Honor said at hearsay in it. We're not offering it as direct evidence, but it's a demonstration of the kind of material that Dr. Seamy relied on.
And then he'll claim that everything in there is true. Every time he offers something as demonstrative, all of a sudden it's like, and then he said this, right?
Can I show it to him to make sure we're talking the same thing? Okay, great. Thank you.
I am frustrated that Trump's counsel is too, for my taste, they're too passive. Maybe they know this judge. Maybe they.
So, Dr. Seamy, on the screen should be. Nope. This is. I'm sorry. I have the wrong exhibit. We'll move on, Your Honor. I apologize. But did you rely on a compilation of statements on social media as to why people were there at the Capitol?
Yes, I did.
And can you just tell us in a high level what that was? Or what the kind of statements they made, excuse me?
Yeah, to attack the Capitol, to prevent the certification of the election results, to disrupt the democratic transfer of power.
Okay.
The democratic transfer of power.
Did you, great. And then did you look at, whoops, sorry, we already saw that. Did you look at some videos of the mob itself in terms of their unity of purpose?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I saw these selected videos.
I think we've seen the video on the right a couple times.
This is so stupid.
This is when Danny Hodges was attacked, so let's not play that. But tell us what the video on the left is.
So if they had unity of purpose for like 10 seconds in this section of the Capitol, that means the mob has unity of purpose.
A substantial number of folks started chanting a heave ho, and so there's a coordination kind of.
So what about before that? Did they have unity of purpose before that? After that?
In a particular direction.
And what are they trying to do?
So occasional unity. This is so dumb.
The barricade of officers in this kind of tunnel area.
Did he cause the unity of purpose here?
And Your Honor, that was exhibit P21, and we it's on the objection was overruled. It was on the to be admitted exhibit list. We've moved for admission of P21.
You're missing something very important with this statement. You're missing something very important with this.
Now,
in that
we've talked. Let me skip to the next one.
There are very few law firms. In fact,
we've talked about
I think that this
the mob's
is
purposes.
An important statement, an important comment.
Did you see any evidence in your review of the material in this case that showed
there's a lot of reasons he cannot get good lawyers
in the attack as
I'll explain to you why good lawyers
attackers viewed it, what they thought Trump's role in the attack was.
Yeah, there was definitely consistent.
Would shy away from him,
no
matter how much money he threw at them.
Reporting that,
and it's not because they not necessarily, because many I'm sure dislike him, but it's not necessarily apparently at all because they dislike
gaining substantial influence
financial.
from Donald Trump.
And this is video P96. Again, it is a video of what happened on January 6th, Your Honor. It's on the to be admitted list from October 27th. We'd move for its admission as well.
Is this the one that was prepared by the January 6th?
Yes, yes.
I will admit it.
Okay, thank you. So let's play the video, Dr. Simi.
What really made me want to come was the fact that, I had supported Trump all that time.
This is so ridiculous.
I believe, that the election was being
Here's one
stolen.
dude.
And Trump asked us to come.
Oh, so asking him to come doesn't have anything to do with insurrection.
This is the only thing he's going to ask me. I'll do it.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
Did you call President Trump mentioning going to the Capitol during his speech?
Oh, yeah. So that's one of my disappointments. He said he was going to go, go this, and he was going to be there.
I know why I was there, and that's because he called me there, and he laid out.
Calling him there is nothing wrong with that.
He laid it out.
But I remember Donald Trump.
That has nothing to do with him saying to get violence.
Do you remember a specific message?
Basically, yeah, he asked for us to come to DC, that big things are going to happen.
What got me interested, he said,
Yeah, come to DC. Yeah, that he did.
on January 6th or something like that. Is what got me interested.
Trump has only asked me for two things. He asked
This is
me for
all
my
hearsay.
vote. He asked me to come on January 6th.
And
they keep saying to come, not
addition
anything
to
about
this
him calling for
compilation put
violence.
together
None
by
of them
January
said
6th
anything about him
Did
calling
you
for
see other
violence.
evidence of the stated purpose why people were there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I think I had the right exhibit. I was just looking at the wrong page from before. So let's try this again. I apologize. Again, for demonstrative purposes only, Your Honor. Let's
Demonstrative,
look at,
always
P25.
demonstrative. Demonstrative. So much
And-
demonstrations here. So many demonstrations.
If we scroll down here, and I can just, can you read that okay? Or do I need to make it bigger?
No, I can do that fine. Thanks.
Okay.
Better.
And
More demonstrative.
for instance,
Here are more
we
quotes.
see,
This
is this
so
what you,
stupid.
part of what you looked at in your work on this case?
That's correct.
And we see
So he looked at
statements like
hearsay
this that were collected
and came to conclusions based
part
on
of legal
hearsay.
proceedings. I am here to see what my president called me to DC for. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
And then we see just sort of statement after statement of a similar vein. We can just pull on this page. And like we see a statement here from a Watson about why they went to DC. Are these the kind of statements that you relied on to see the purpose for why these folks went to DC?
Yes, this would be consistent.
Okay. Now, I want to turn back to the attack on the Capitol. And did we,
Donald Trump's army. Did you see where it was where the mob was called Donald Trump's army? Yeah. So what does that tell you? Well, it definitely doesn't tell me that we decided to label them Donald Trump's army.
That I'm going to exclude it as hearsay. That doesn't mean if that's something that Mr. Seaman would consider informing his opinions, that he can do that, but I'm not going to admit it into evidence. So 96
No.
is excluded.
thank you, Your Honor. And just to make sure the record's clear, Dr. Simi, did you look at Exhibit 96 and other statements by folks at the Capitol as part of forming your opinion today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Now, did Trump do anything during the attack that influenced the extremists engaging in it?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did Trump do anything during the attack that influenced the extremists engaging in it?
Yes.
What was that?
Well, there's a, the tweet we're looking at here from Donald Trump indicates that Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what he was expecting, what he wanted, and that the fraud would not be rectified. Basically, that Mike Pence was supposed to rectify the stolen election. That didn't happen. That did not happen.
We saw the tweets earlier in the day where Trump was focused on Mike Pence, right?
Yes, that's right.
And did Trump talk about Mike Pence's courage in the ellipse speech?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And so now he says Mike Pence didn't have the courage. Now we've seen the video of the person reading this tweet with a bullhorn, so I'm not going to replay that now. But I do want to ask you about one image from that video, which is the noose that we see there. Based on your study of the right-wing extremists, does a noose have any particular meaning in that movement?
Within far-right extremist culture,
the 2-foot-tall noose.
Book that has a substantial amount of influence.
Substantial amount.
It's published in 1978, and it's
and here's
a fantasy fictional novel.
Here's some CGI of Trump building a noose, which we'll use for demonstrative purposes.
And there's a passage in the book that's referred to as the Day of the Rope. And the Day of the Rope in the novel, what they call us race traitors, political opponents of various sorts, are hung from light posts or lamp posts. And this is mass killing. And that term, Day of the Rope, has a lot of salience among far-right extremists. We actually saw it used by one of the members of the Proud Boys, specifically referencing what was going to happen on January 6th. Used the term, it's going to be Day of the Rope, and I'm paraphrasing, but something to that effect.
Okay. Now, did Trump eventually say something that caused the crowd to stop their attack?
Yes, he did.
Great. Let's look at this. Was this video what you had in mind?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, now they're
we
saying
played this
that he
video
is
before, but let's
telling
play
them to
it
go home.
one more time. I'd like to get your input on the video based on some of our earlier conversations today.
I know you're pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order.
Yesterday's
We don't
witness,
want
yesterday
anybody
Swalwell
hurt.
said
It's a very
he didn't tell him to go
tough
home.
period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
Dr. Simi, based on our discussion,
That's what the defense was hitting on yesterday.
How leaders of right-wing
that there's no way to
extremists
know who did it.
communicate to their followers, how does this speech fit into that context, communication style?
From the perspective of far-right extremists, I think there's three things happening here. One is a continuing affirmation of the stolen election conspiracy theory. So really continuing to emphasize the idea that the election was stolen. Two, an affirmation of the attackers and the attack that just happened. And then three, there is consistent messaging.
They could have.
Going on.
Why is
I
that
don't think she
consistent
was,
messaging in terms of going home notable in your experience?
It's not just a one-off. It's not just something that seems more about developing plausible deniability, but it does come across as a consistent.
So now the reason he's doing it is to cover his tracks. If he's doing something good, it's to cover his tracks. Well, if you predetermined that
did
then,
he
this is so stupid.
in this speech condemn.
You start with
the acts of
with the assumption that for sure he's starting an insurrection. Well, then this is him controlling his mob.
One last tweet from Donald Trump. This is
and what would he have said if he hasn't been calling for an insurrection?
This is after.
Okay. And how does this tweet about what happened that day fit into the pattern of communication of leaders of far-right extremism?
Again, there's no condemnation. There's affirmation.
I can't wait for the cross-examination.
Further emphasizing the stolen election, referring to patriots, great patriots.
You see, he had 20 minutes left.
So for far-right
and
extremists,
he's 40 minutes.
That is a very substantial, meaningful term because they see themselves.
He said after the break he has 25 minutes left, and he's been going for almost 45 now. So he should be wrapping up soon, you would think.
Does Donald Trump continue to enjoy strong support from far-right extremists?
Yes, he does.
That's relevant how?
Now, I forgot to ask this earlier. Before we get to your sort of headline or your conclusions here, Dr. Simi, have you been paid for your work in this case?
Yes, I have.
Tell us how much you've been paid and what your hourly rate is.
Approximately $35,000.
Okay, and what's your hourly rate?
$300 an hour.
Okay. Is that your standard rate?
That's my standard.
Okay, thank you. Let's look at sort of the conclusion slide here. Could you describe for
over
the
100
court
hours
your
preparing for this?
conclusions about the issues that you were asked to address in this case?
January 6th, in terms of the attack on the Capitol, certainly should be seen within a larger, longer context of political violence committed by far-right extremists.
Obviously. Not a Fed insurrection at all.
Of evidence supporting that the violence was committed for political goals, political purposes. Certainly was a large number of people and planning and organization.
No, this is a bench trial.
Was present, apparent in terms of the attack.
By the way, if you can please hit like and subscribe, I'd really appreciate it. If you want to follow me over on Locals to find me all the time, that's goodlogic.locals.com. Link is in the description. I'd really appreciate it. These trials are the only opportunity I have to build. YouTube hates me. These are the only opportunity I have to build my base and build my subscribers. So please, if you're here and you're enjoying the content, please hit like and subscribe.
Donald Trump played in terms of influencing the events, the nurturing of the violence.
But no, there's no jury here. It's just the judge.
That would certainly be distinctive from other types of violence committed by far-right extremists.
How confident are you in your conclusion that Donald Trump played a central role, led these events?
Very confident.
Why is that?
Very confident.
It's in the evidence. It's from my years of studying how far-right extremists perceive communication, the relationship that they developed with Donald Trump over multiple years, the various signals, including everything from the things we've discussed at the rallies in terms of promoting or endorsing violence, the things done over social media, the messages in regards to various types of outgroups that are identified by far-right extremists that align with many of the things that Trump said over the years. So that
Here's a quote we put in here. People chant,
established and built,
hang Mike Pence.
really, I think, underscores how much influence
While looking at this news.
and how much they perceive him as essentially on their side or one of them.
And in this pattern, repeated pattern of communications, do you have any doubt in your mind that Donald Trump is aware of the influence his words have on right-wing extremists?
Seems pretty clear to me. I mean, I'm not in Donald Trump's.
Well, you pretend you are.
But in terms of observable patterns, in terms of the repeated nature of the things we've been discussing, that's all pretty apparent.
Pretty apparent.
Your Honor, these are all the questions I had.
Because
but I wanted,
if he
if you had
says
any
something
additional things you wanted to ask Dr. Simi
directly,
about, I wanted to.
then he means
to
it.
Make
If
sure
he
we
says
covered
it
those
the
before I
opposite,
sat down.
and he,
Following up on that last
it's doublespeak.
question about, obviously you're not a mind reader, you don't know what President Trump was thinking. I guess, what more can you say about the possibility that this just isn't how?
Give me more to hang him.
Just that he speaks this way
Give me more.
versus deliberately speaking in a way that would cause people to react.
Well, again, I would come back to this point about, as social scientists, we're trained to try and identify observable patterns.
You're trained.
And so, I completely agree. I'm not in Donald Trump's mind. But there are patterns that we've been discussing that were observable, that occurred over multiple years, where you had these kind of repeated occurrences and things of similar nature kind of repeating to occur. And we also, from a far-right extremist perspective, have a lot of evidence about how they saw.
By his testimony, no.
And how they saw his influence.
He's exclusively focused on the right.
To be endorsing and promoting their violence, their cause more broadly.
Right, but I guess how it's received is one element of, but that again doesn't, I mean, you don't have any evidence that President Trump was trained on this kind of form of communication or anything like that, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a couple quick follow-up questions?
By the way, this is not the government which is pressing this. These are individual citizens and their attorney.
Unite the Right rally. When was that?
2017, August 2017.
And we saw the speeches from when Trump was president, commenting on very fine people on both sides, right? Okay. And the Proud Boys were involved in some of the Unite the Right rally.
Your 1A is dying.
So when you have
a speech laws,
a political rally where people are, someone's murdered and other people are hurt, right?
Sadly, I fear this is true.
And then you later have the president unprompted identifying that group by name, right?
Correct.
Objection. I'm not sure that was quite a question, but there was an answer to it. This is clearly leading an argument.
Okay, well, I'll rephrase my question.
I'm going to sustain the objection, not on the argumentative part, but
Okay. You just talked about patterns, observable patterns.
If you win on appeal.
Okay. Is what we see between the 2017 rally,
if you win here,
2019
then it's
comment, is that an observable pattern or not in your
Still
mind?
leading.
Yes, it's certainly part of one.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, things that are said, things that are done, these are things that we can point to as happening or not happening. We can look at how the statements or actions are interpreted by others, how they're perceived by others. These are all things that we can, observe. Again, when we're talking about being somebody's mind, that's not really observable.
But in terms of when you're talking about observable patterns, this is an example of one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Simi. I have no further questions at this time. We may get to talk again after Mr. Gessler, but thank you.
Your Honor, I have about 3 or 4 minutes to fumble around with the technology, and I can't promise my fumbling will be over at that point, but just want to try and get set up here, Your Honor.
Oh, this sounds like we're going to have a good cross. If he's got tech to show, he's got exhibits to show, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. Yeah. Neotsu, Rummelrand, Joe, we feel neglected over here. I can't pull up anything that you show. That's just not the way StreamYard or anyone operates here. So I don't know what you want me to do. I keep bouncing back and forth between the two streams. If you want to know who really gets neglected, and I know the diggers think they get neglected, you want to know who really gets neglected? I actually have a Facebook page that I stream those to, And I'm going to be honest with you, if you're watching on Facebook, because I always get like 1 or 2 likes or hearts on Facebook, I literally have looked in there 0 times in my life. I just stream it out there, and I have no idea if it's being watched by 3 people, 5 people,
going to try and go
500.
somewhat technology free.
No
to
idea
see how that works, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Simi. How are you today?
Doing well.
Good. And we shook hands briefly yesterday outside the men's room, so thank you for being here. So since you've been a witness before, you know how this works. I'll ask you some questions. If I'm not clear on something, please just tell me.
Sounds good.
So I want to ask you a little bit about your methodology here. So it says that about 217 interviews, you said, on far right-wing extremists?
That's correct.
And over how many years is that?
Beginning in 1997.
Okay. So over about 26 years.
Yeah.
Okay. And 14 of the Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and 3 percenters. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And how many of those interviews were people who participated in the January 6th riots?
So it sounds like a simple question to answer. It's a little bit complicated.
It's a simple number.
Constitutional Review Board regulations that provide confidentiality. So I certainly wouldn't be able to name individuals.
He didn't ask you to name. He just asked for a number.
That's kind of where you're going.
Was that where you were going?
I may, but probably not.
Yeah, I took the question just
For a number?
whether the people in your 14 were involved in the January 6th protests.
None to my knowledge. However, it's certainly possible.
It's possible. I'm speculating more. It's possible. Great question.
Right. So,
none to my knowledge.
So you may have interviewed person A, and that person may have shown up on January 6th, but you just don't know. Okay.
You're not a complete joke. I'm positive this is what led them there.
So it'd be fair to say that you interviewed these people well before January 6th, those 14?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Did you interview any participants, far right-wing extremist participants in the January 6th, after January 6th?
No, I have not.
Okay. Did you live with any families or people who participated in the January 6th riots?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Okay. So your interviews and sort of field work, living with people. This field work consists of interviews and sort of embedding yourself or living with people. Would that be correct?
That's correct. The interviews can be either formal in nature or more informal.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm properly describing field work. So your field work all sort of occurred with respect to this group of people before January 6th. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then as far as sort of embedding yourself or living with families, did you embed yourself or live with any families that participated in the January 6th riots, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. As far as the archives go, so which archives did you rely on here? I saw a number. Let me back up. So I saw a number of. We counted your expert report citations. We looked at them, and I'm going to represent you. We counted about 78 citations to the January 6th report. Does that sound about right to you?
I counted the same number.
Well, that's good. Thank you for answering the question that way. What other archives did you rely on?
So as I mentioned, archives can be more formal in nature or informal in nature. So social media, for example, would be the various platforms are all types of archives, which has been a big part of my research and what I've looked at, including in this case. So various social media platforms would fit there. Certainly, videos, again, I mentioned at the outset, YouTube really is an important type of archive. It's widely used among researchers in terms of accessing different kinds of collections of material that are housed in that. Again, that's not established for research purposes, but it provides information.
So let me ask you a question. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I may do that a little bit, but so in determining, how do you determine whether you're going to look at one social media archive versus another archive?
Well, it's the ones
or do you
that
just
are
choose
most
every
damning.
single archive you can get your hands on? I mean, how does that selection process occur?
Yeah, some archives have a greater presence of far right extremists than others, but you certainly want to try and sample from as many different archives as possible. You're certainly being unlikely to be able to use every single social media platform, but I've certainly utilized the kind of major social media platforms that are more, you might call mainstream type platforms like
We're looking at
Twitter, Facebook,
if Adam Schiff
Instagram, but
and John C.
also
Riley had a
what
baby.
I call niche or fringe social media platforms like Telegram, but it has a substantial concentration of foreign
So let me ask you this. So if there's a body of opinion, you say a body of opinion
Yeah, I like his style.
among sort of far-right extremists, what measurements do you have in your profession to determine whether or not a particular archive is representative of that body of opinion?
What you would look at is really the presence, to try and make some determination about their presence on that particular platform.
Okay, so it'd be fair to say that the ones that are sort of have a greater presence or sort of more commentary, perhaps louder commentary. I don't know quite how you'd measure loud in the social media world. They type in all caps.
You look at intensity.
Yeah, rock
intensity. Okay.
So, for instance, a call to violence would be obviously a more intense statement on a social media platform than a statement that didn't involve a call to violence.
Okay, and so that's in part how you choose what to look at. You look at the intensity and the amount of presence.
Those are two things.
Okay, anything else?
Well, you want to look at how the social media platforms compare to each other as well. That way you get a sense of, is there kind of differences in terms of how one platform is used versus another.
Okay. And is any one platform, in your experience, more representative of sort of the body of far right-wing opinions?
Only the most extreme ones
there
are
is, in my
more
opinion,
representative.
certainly in the literature, there's never been, to my knowledge, any kind of published scholarly identification of one platform being most representative.
Okay. So I want to apply that, maybe take it down one level for the January 6th rioters. Okay. Did you look at any particular platform that you believe represents the entire spectrum of views, best represents the entire spectrum of views of people who rioted on January 6th?
Well, I don't think there is one single platform, but I certainly looked at a number of different platforms.
Okay.
Yes, to include some of the ones I already mentioned, Telegram, for example.
And you chose those platforms in part based on the intensity of the commentary on there, and the volume of commentary. Is that fair to say? In part.
Not quite. I just want to back up on the intensity. The intensity is something you look at in terms of no matter what their presence is on the platform. You would look at that would be one indicator of the kind of the nature of the speech and whether there are calls to violence.
So
you wouldn't assume necessarily that there's a high degree of intensity.
So how do you measure or identify the opinions of people who aren't on social media platforms?
Well, that's why you don't exclusively rely on social media.
How? But how do you measure them?
That's what.
How do you measure
So
them?
interviews,
yeah, absolutely.
field work.
You've been interviewing from
Okay.
January 6th. This is a great line of questioning.
Okay.
Great
Did you
line
do
of-
any surveys of participants in the January 6th riots?
No, I did not.
Okay.
This is Tie it together. Tie it together. So you did no interviews, no surveys, and the only thing you know is some online, which is obviously a very poor, which you don't know if any of them were online ever.
So you looked at social media platforms. You looked at the January 6th report, correct?
Those are two things.
What else?
Well, again, scholarly research that's related to the topic certainly looked at.
I read Wikipedia.
May I interrupt you just for a second? So what scholarly research did you look specifically with respect to January 6th events?
I thought you meant political violence more.
No, I understand. But I'm talking, that's why I interrupted you to redirect you. So specifically with January 6th, I saw that you wrote a scholarly work, have published work on that. Is that correct?
Reportedly scholarly.
Have you consulted any others?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
We certainly have looked at
Like what?
other expert testimony in regards to.
For this report?
What's that?
For the report that you produced today?
Yeah.
Okay.
Archive of expert testimony.
Okay. So you looked at other people's opinions on January 6th?
That's correct.
Okay. Let me ask you a little bit about patterns of behavior. So we talked about patterns of behavior, and I want to make
wish
sure I
you would
understand
find
sort
that
of
a little
correctly
You did no interviews,
what,
no surveys. I didn't talk
what
to
some of
anyone
these
in
patterns
January.
of behavior.
The only thing you're
Well, one you said was
Well,
sort of
who
conspiracy belief in conspiracy or shadowy forces.
Yeah, that's a central core belief.
is
Okay.
online stuff. And, you don't
And
know
the
if
us
anyone
versus
is
them.
online.
That's a
Okay.
central dynamic within.
Sort of an anti-democratic ethos is what you call that, authoritarianism?
That would be another element
Okay. You said violence.
as a practice. Yes.
Okay. And then you talked about using various communication strategies.
That's great.
Okay. Now, I want to take each one of those. My understanding is from your testimony is that probably except for violence, a lot of these others are sort of commonly used in political discourse by others. Is that fair to say?
They're generic features of social life, human behavior, which is what makes them so powerful.
You didn't enjoy
Okay.
it too much.
So, for example, conspiracy theories and shadowy forces, is that that would be fair to say is often used in political discourse, correct?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I thought you were speaking exclusively about the communication strategy.
Yeah.
Conspiracy theory, there's obviously, when you look at, for instance, surveys that measure belief in conspiracy theory, there's quite a bit of variability, so that's not necessarily the same. It doesn't have the generic feature the way, say, the use of doublespeak does.
Okay. But let's focus on conspiracy theories, for example. So are you familiar with political discourse where people will complain about special interests controlling our government?
Yes, I've heard those phrases.
Yeah. And you agree with me that's a common feature for people sort of across the political spectrum to be
They wouldn't.
angry or upset about special interests controlling government?
I think that's fair.
Okay. People will talk about big oil or big corporations or big labor. Those are all sort of
Big tech.
a variant of a conspiracy theory. Is that fair to say?
It could be.
Yeah.
Big pharma.
And in fact, that goes back quite a way. Are you familiar with the political science Richard Hofstadter?
Yes, I am.
And he wrote a very famous book in 1964 called The Paranoid Style of American Politics, right?
Yeah.
And he sort of talked about conspiracy theories as in American politics, how they were a consistent feature as far back now, 60 years ago. Is that fair to say?
It is.
Okay.
And the group of scholars that Richard Hofstadter was associated with did identify, though, what they called right-wing radicalism was especially kind of characterized by conspiratorial.
Yeah. But they also said that it was a common feature throughout American politics.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. How about let's talk about us versus them. That's be fair to say that that's a common theme in American politics as well. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay.
Both the right and the left.
Democrats are angry at Republicans. There's an us versus them element, and Republicans can get angry at Democrats. There's an us versus them element. Fits both sides of the political spectrum. Is that fair to say?
Sure. What we're talking about here is us and them when it's associated so closely with violence, which
Understood.
wouldn't be a common feature.
Understood. But
So
I'm
you
trying to
can't say
isolate
us
each
versus
one
them.
to get a better sense of this.
Sure.
I'm sorry. And then an anti-democratic ethos or authoritarianism. I think you would you agree with me that that's also a very frequently occurring or common feature in American politics?
I don't know that I would agree.
Okay. So would you agree with me that people on both sides of the political spectrum are sometimes frustrated and say that the legislature or Congress can't be trusted?
That's a statement I've heard from various political orientations.
Okay. You've heard, in fact, we've heard presidents talk about how if Congress isn't going to do something, they're going to take matters into their own hands. We've heard that from both sides of the spectrum. Would that be fair to say?
Is that, can you repeat that?
We've heard that from both sort of political parties, but presidents who get frustrated with Congress not moving forward on legislation talk about how they're going to take things into their own hands.
Okay.
Okay.
But it's different because the right is violent.
You've heard arguments where, or I'll ask you, it'd be fair to say you've heard arguments where people on both sides of the political spectrum throughout will argue that the legislature should not be taking action, that it's up to the courts to decide. Is that fair to say?
Generally?
Yeah. Okay. And so your point is that the thing that characterizes far-right extremism is that they have sort of these elements, and then they add to it the mix of violence. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that's a defining feature of extremism.
Okay.
Close relationship to violence.
Okay. Let's talk about communication strategies. So you talked a little bit about doublespeak, correct?
That's correct.
And if I remember correctly, you said that we sort of all do doublespeak to some effect. To some extent, I'm sorry. We all do doublespeak to some extent.
That's correct.
Okay. And I think you use the example, sometimes we'll emphasize a particular aspect towards a job interviewer and a different aspect or different face, as it were, towards perhaps a romantic partner or something like that.
Actually, I use that example to illustrate the front and backstage behavior distinction, which is a different concept.
Okay. I'll get to that then in a minute. Let me continue to focus on the doublespeak. So doublespeak would be saying one thing in public and a different thing in private. Is that fair to say?
That could be an example. It's also saying one thing, irrespective of whether it's public or private, it could be interpreted in different ways depending on the audience's understanding. And so it might be understood in one way by outsiders who don't have a good kind of contextual understanding of a particular culture, and then a different way by insiders within a specific culture will understand it to mean something different than what outsiders would.
Okay, so is
Same word, different understanding.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. So a person will use the same word in front of one audience, which has a particular meaning, and then they'll use the same word in front of a different audience that has a different meaning. Is that doublespeak?
That would be an example of doublespeak or a facet of doublespeak. And again, I would say, underscore again, this is a generic facet of communication. Oftentimes it's innocuous. Sometimes it actually even has well-intentioned aspects to it in terms of maybe not wanting to use certain language that could be interpreted in different ways so as to not offend someone. For example, to try and be polite or kind of adhere to some form of etiquette. Again, I'm underscoring that for far-right extremists, it's deeply connected to violence.
Okay. But it's, so as I heard you say, but it's...
I'm sorry, you said it's deeper connected to what?
Deeply connected to the violence issue.
I'm sorry, did you say deeper or deeply connected to? Deeply, okay. So your characteristic, your application to far-right extremists is that they'll use doublespeak, just like everyone else, but they also connect it to violence. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay, okay. And then...
No, if there was, it would have been on.
You talked about a couple of the communication. I want to just sort of go through these. Front and backstage. That was one of them, where your sort of favorable, or you put a favorable foot forward in front of someone and then a different aspect or personality in front of someone else. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. And that was the example of a person will behave one way towards in a job interview and behave a different way towards a romantic partner.
That's correct.
And that would sort of be a form of doublespeak.
Form of front, back.
I'm sorry. That would be a form of front and back. I'll work on my sociology degree during this cross-examination. And so would one example of sort of doublespeak be a politician who presents him or herself in a very moderate way in front of one group and a very radical way in front of a different group? Would that be a form of doublespeak?
That would involve, that would likely involve language that would kind of fit the characteristics of doublespeak.
Okay.
Based on what you described.
So doublespeak, you use different language between the two audiences?
Well, you may use different language, or you may use the same language with the understanding that audiences will potentially receive it differently.
Okay. Okay. So I say okay, but I'm not understanding. So doublespeak, why don't you give me doublespeak in your words, and let me go from there.
Sure. We talked about 1776. We talked about 1776, for example. So the term for insiders within far-right extremist culture is understood in a way that would likely be different for outsiders who aren't steeped in that culture. So it's the same term, but it's understood differently depending on kind of cultural context, which is really what doublespeak is all about. It's about basically contextual understandings and how they vary depending on a whole host of different factors, including the situation, the audience, what their understanding is, tone of voice. I mean, you can imagine there's lots of different things that go into how contextual cues shape understanding.
Very flattering.
Okay, so let me see if I can understand that. So let's say I'm involved in politics and I'm running for office, or I'm an office holder, and I go to a 4th of July parade and I give a speech. And the speech says, "Remember the spirit of 1776. This is why our forebears fought and died," sort of a rousing patriotic speech. And I frequently use the term 1776. Okay. And there's far right-wing extremists in that audience. Okay. And then let's say I do the same speech at a different, I'm going to a bunch of 4th of July parades. So I go to one 4th of July parade and give that rousing speech, and there's far right-wing extremists in it. And then I go to another 4th of July parade, I give the same rousing speech, or something pretty close, because I've practiced it a lot. So I'm giving a pretty close speech. Maybe I even wave a 1776 flag as part of my speech in both audiences. And that one contains no far right-wing extremists. Is that a form of doublespeak?
Yeah, you have different understandings.
Okay, because one crowd will understand it in a particular way, and the other crowd will understand it in a different way.
Yes.
That's doublespeak?
So when I say something on social media,
okay. Now,
which crowd am I talking
as
about?
a speaker, do I have to know that there's far right-wing extremists in one audience, and do I have to know that there aren't far right-wing extremists in the other audience in order for that to be doublespeak?
Not necessarily.
So if I want to make sure I have so if I'm this politician and I'm running for office or I'm holding office, and I give my rousing 4th of July speech in front of far right-wing extremists, and I don't know they're far right extremists. I mean, some of them have salt and pepper beards like a grandfather. I don't know. They may, maybe not. But let's say there are people, but I just don't know it. Okay. And then I go to this other rally, same speech, no far right-wing extremists. I have engaged in, from a sociological standpoint, doublespeak. Would that be fair to say?
Well, what I described here in terms of far-right extremism is the doublespeak tends to be, intentional. So you've described something that may not be intentional.
I understand, and I've been very clear on sort of my hypothetical where it's not intentional. But I'm asking, is it still doublespeak if it's not intentional?
Well, it may have similar consequences. So the consequence of the effect of it, in terms of how it's received, and that would constitute an aspect of doublespeak. It wouldn't be kind of true doublespeak without more of an intentional aspect to it.
Okay, so it would be fair to say it's characteristic of doublespeak, but absent intentionality, it's not true doublespeak. Is that fair to say?
As far as how doublespeak is practiced by far-right extremists, it's associated with a high degree of intentionality.
Okay, so far-right extremists will be intentional about how they do that.
Part of the culture.
Okay, but you can have someone doing the same thing unintentionally, and they're not a far-right extremist. Let me rephrase that question. That was a terrible question.
That was a poor question.
So you're saying far right-wing extremists, they're intentional about it, correct?
Within far-right extremist culture, doublespeak is used in intentional fashion.
Okay. And so it's fair to say that when you define doublespeak with respect to far right-wing extremists, you're implying intentionality, that the speaker intends to have a different effect on different audiences.
That's correct. And part of that has to do with the violence aspect.
Right. And to some extent or it would imply that the speaker knows that there's different audiences, and that's why he or she is using the doublespeak, because they understand their audiences.
He's fixating on the intent.
Or they may even suspect.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's an important thing to do.
Potential differences, but maybe have some reason.
Okay. And all right, so you have to understand the intentionality first before really understanding whether it's a far right-wing speaker using doublespeak. Is that fair to say?
Can you rephrase that question?
So you need to understand intentionality before you can understand whether a far right-wing speaker is actually using doublespeak.
Well, you can observe the practice, so the practice certainly can be observed.
Okay, so you can observe the practice and you can say, well, one audience here, one audience there.
He sees he's
it correlates. It correlates with doublespeak. You can say that.
Correlates, consistent.
Okay, but you don't really know if that speaker is engaging in doublespeak absent some understanding of their intent.
Yes, that's why the field work and interviews is so important. Also
Absolutely.
Type of material in some cases.
You didn't do any field work of Donald Trump, did you?
As the example of Robert Reagan.
Did you sleep in Donald Trump's
As
house?
an example of, I'm sorry?
The example from the organizer Unite the Right that we discussed earlier when he was talking about how humor is used in terms of a way to establish uncertainty among audiences, so folks don't know when they're seriously promoting violence versus joking about it.
Okay. Now you had also talked about how someone will make a statement, and I think you spoke about this in the context of some of President Trump's speeches, but how someone will make a statement and then negate that statement, correct?
Yeah, it's certain negation of sorts.
Okay. So something like, go do something terrible, but I'm just joking, or don't really do it. Would that be an example?
Yeah, it's a fair. Yeah, the video clip we saw of Nick Fuentes doing that.
Okay. And you say that's very common among right-wing extremists.
What we found in our research is what a number of other scholars have found.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was the last?
That's what a number of other scholars have found.
Okay. And I think you had talked about, if I remember correctly, there was a video from President Trump's press conference after a Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I have in my notes that you use that as an example of a failure to condemn. Was that right?
I said there was a statement that was perceived by far-right extremists as promotion, despite we we showed 2 clips. If you recall, the first clip about fine people on both sides, and the second clip had a type of condemnation, and that for far-right extremists was overridden by the fine people on both sides comment.
Okay. So the fine people on both sides, so the right-wing extremists listened to the fine people on both sides, and they said, that speaks to us. And then the condemnation in the second clip, they said, oh, President Trump's just saying that because he has to.
That's almost a verbatim quote from Andrew England that you just said. So, yeah, I would agree with your comment.
I don't exactly know who he is.
He's the founder of the Daily Stormer. And,
okay. So maybe that's an example of how I will represent to you a lawyer who is not a far-right extremist, may use similar language as a far-right extremist.
Well,
It's an example in front of you. So
I interpret your comments paraphrasing what far-right extremists might say.
Yeah, I know. I'm not accusing you of calling me a far-right-wing extremist. Okay. Let's.
Professor Simi, make sure to let him finish his questions before you start answering them.
And my paralegal just sent me a note admonishing me to behave better. Your Honor, can we take a 1 or 2 minute break? I just need to figure out a way to get the right video loaded and identified. Thank you. Okay. Charlottesville.
So while he's doing that, I'll just I just want to acknowledge 2 new members of the following, which my YouTube members I refer to as followers. Chief has been welcome to the following. I am not the leader of the following. I am just a follower, just like you. The following is not a cult type of cult at all. It's the least culty cult you've ever seen. There's no squirrel sacrifices. There's no throwing blood on the walls. There's no spray painting your neighbor's yard. There's no tracksuits. There's no Kool-Aid. It's just about community unity. And
so I'm going to show you a clip, and I think this was the clip that you testified about earlier.
Okay.
Can we play that, please? Starting at 55.
I'm saying is this, you had a group on one side and and you had some very bad people there, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
Oh, you left out that first part.
In that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name. George Washington was
actual context.
Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down, are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him? Okay, good. Are we going to take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now we're going to take down his statue. So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history, you're changing culture, and you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists.
I'm not talking about
them. They
them.
should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists.
Bam.
And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now,
Okay, let's hold. So I'm going to stop there. So it's your sort of based on your study and it's your analysis that sort of the first part of his talk where he said, find people on both sides, that the far right extremists sort of took comfort in that and took inspiration. And then the second part where he said, neo-Nazis, they should be condemned entirely and whatnot. They viewed that as doublespeak.
Establishing plausible deniability.
Okay.
Great. Yeah, let him hang himself.
So I'm going to show you a video from the day before this, okay? And that's number 1059, please. And start that at 140.
140.
Yep, 140.
Petition with an update.
I really like this lawyer. At least when he's talking.
20
I
others.
wish he talked more.
To anyone who acted criminally in this weekend's racist violence,
Oh, can you hold that for a
you
second?
will be
Yelled on there. Okay, let's start that over, please.
held fully accountable.
Let's go back about 5 seconds, please. How did we practice law before videotapes?
To anyone who acted criminally in this weekend's racist violence, you will be held fully accountable. Justice will be delivered. As I said on Saturday, we condemn in the strongest possible terms this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence. It has no place in America.
I think he's quoting
And
Adolf
as I
there.
have said many times
He's
before,
quoting Adolf.
no matter the color of our skin, we all live under the same laws. We all salute the same great flag. And we are all made by the same Almighty God.
Okay.
We must love each other.
So I'm going to represent to you that that speech from the White House took place the day before. So when put in conjunction with the April 15th, how did far-right extremists interpret those statements? Did they view that, let me be more specific, did they view that as an example of plausible deniability?
Remember this, these remarks at the time, in real time, and it was, no, it was not taken because these set of remarks were very clear. And when they, what I think really, you have to understand, there was already a relationship.
So there's a relationship. So everything he says.
Were already perceiving him in certain ways. But those set of remarks, if that had been the final word, it's possible their understanding obviously would be different, but at least as it pertains to the United States.
Oh, this lawyer's exposing you, Peter. See me.
About fine people on both sides. And so that's ultimately what
Mr. Peter, see me.
from Donald Trump in terms of his characterization of what happened in Charlottesville.
Okay, so let me understand this correctly. So Donald Trump goes to the White House. He makes a statement where he's condemning people from both sides. And the far-right extremists sort of look at that. But then they, then the next day, Donald Trump in this press conference says they're very fine people on both sides. And then about a minute later, he condemns the KKK and neo-Nazis. And so you're saying that far-right extremists took from this was really the fine people on both sides. That's what inspired them, and that they essentially disregarded the press conference before, and they disregarded the
Let's throw all that part out.
comments. I'm sorry, they disregarded
They
the
focused on the part you focused on.
White House press conference before, and they disregarded the latter marks subsequent to the very fine people. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I'm saying
Okay.
that far-right extremists actually are pretty clear on that in terms of
Very clear.
confirming what how you just characterized.
That's not me licking the mic. That's Trump's lawyer.
So I guess, the analogy that came to my mind is, did you ever see the movie Dumb and Dumber?
I never have.
Okay. I'm going to describe to you a scene. Maybe you've heard of the scene. There's a scene where sort of the protagonist, I think he's played by John Kerry. He's the guy who's, I don't know if he's the dumb or dumber guy, but he's talking to a woman he has a crush on, and he says something along the lines, if we were the only people left on Earth, okay, would you like me? Would you want me? And she says, well, maybe something along the lines of 1 in a million chances. And he gets this big smile on his face, and he says, so you're telling me there's a chance? You ever hear that scene? No.
vaguely familiar, but not any.
Would that scene sort of describe a far right extremist where
Peter
they're always
as dumb
looking for
or dumber.
something to latch onto that they believe inspires them and will disregard any other evidence to the contrary?
No, I don't think that's consistent with the pattern in terms of the relationship between Donald Trump.
No, it's what you're consistent with, jackass.
And I will say, going back to Unite the Right and Find People, we have to put that in context between saying find people. This is not something far-right extremists are used to hearing from the President of the United States. And so that did have a substantial.
He doesn't
overriding
realize
effect,
that
and,
that the lawyer's talking about him,
why,
not about the far right extremists.
Views typically of politicians, conventional politicians. And so I think the way you've just characterized it is not really consistent with that history in terms of the relationship between Donald Trump and far right extremists.
Okay. Let me ask you about the 1776 again. I think you had said that sort of far right extremists view the number 1776 or the phrase involving 1776 as a call to violence, right? Within their circles. And it's sort of, and you use that
within their circles in certain contexts.
And you said that it takes time for someone to develop that understanding. Was that correct?
Yes, I said that in terms of how the more people become immersed over time, the more understanding they'll develop.
So if I'm someone who's not part of the far right wing extreme movement and I see the number 1776 or the spirit of 1776, it's unlikely I'll view that as a call to violence. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
And then I start hanging out with these far right extremists and they start using this term 1776, and it'll take a while, but eventually, if I subscribe to the far right extremism, I'll view that as a call to violence, a coded call to violence when it's used.
Well, the amount of time it takes is going to vary a lot depending on a whole host of different factors. There's no formula certainly that says it's going to take X number of hours, days, weeks, or months. It's going to depend on how much exposure a person has, the types of exposure. But generally speaking, yes, as a person becomes more familiar with the culture, they'll start to develop an understanding.
Okay.
While we have a break,
Okay, let me ask you a little bit about the Stop the Steal. Okay. Is it your testimony that talking about stealing a stolen election is consistent with far right extremism?
In particular, the idea of political corruption, the idea of fraud, these have high degrees of salience within far right extremism. Doesn't mean every time those terms are used that's indicative of far right extremism, but within far right extremist culture, those terms are very meaningful and would tend to resonate with their world.
Would you agree with me that concerns or being upset about a stolen election is a common feature of modern American politics?
Yeah.
And you'd agree with me that people who were
was screaming
opposed to Donald Trump thought that or voiced concerns, some of them, that the 2016 election was stolen because of Russian interference.
Was that conspiracy theorists?
Okay. And that in fact there was an election in Georgia in which the person who lost, she
Stacey Abrams
argued that the election wasn't valid and was essentially stolen because of voter suppression. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
Okay. So it's the stolen election theme, unfair election, forces that stole the election, that's not uncommon, correct?
It's not my opinion that it's exclusive to far right extremism.
Okay.
No, that's how you're portraying
In
it.
terms of these issues.
But what makes it connected to far-right extremism is the connection towards violence. Is that correct?
Connection towards violence, and again, contextual issues that when certain allegations are made as it relates to a stolen election, it would have more meaning in some cases for far-right extremists than some of the examples for instance that you just pointed to.
Okay. So if Hillary Clinton, the loser of the 2016, says our election was stolen, Donald Trump is an illegitimate president because
This is what
of
he's
Russian
doing, the
interference,
Maxine Waters thing.
that would not have resonance for far-right wing extremists.
What about far left?
Far-right extremists would
Far left.
perceive Hillary Clinton, or do perceive Hillary Clinton in very antagonistic terms.
Right. And if Donald Trump were to say the same thing, and I understand he didn't blame Russia for the 2020 election, but were he to say almost the same thing word for word and blame a foreign power, that would resonate with far right-wing extremists. Is that fair to say?
Exactly, because of this relationship.
So you're saying he should not be able to say the exact same thing that Hillary Clinton says. It's a crime if he says it, but Hillary Clinton totally fine.
Would have a very different meaning for far-right extremists than, as you pointed out, Hillary Clinton.
Insanity.
Claims in that scenario.
He's doing, this lawyer's doing great.
Now,
He's doing great. You don't need to follow up. He'll point that out in closing arguments.
So, Your Honor, before I continue, I would like to move to admit the exhibit. I believe that's 1060. I'm sorry.
And this witness
Let me
doesn't
make sure I
even
have my
realize
numbers
it.
correct.
He has no clue.
Yeah, I believe number 1060 has already, that's the same video that's already been admitted, the press conference. And we've moved to admit number 1059, the press conference at the Oval Office.
This is Cross Viva, and it's phenomenal. I'll send you a link. This is phenomenal. He's hanging it.
So let me also understand that, so when President Trump talked about the immigrants from Mexico, some of them being rapists and assuming some of them were very fine people, your testimony was that was a clarion call for the far right extremists.
They heard that, those messages, those terms, and the substantial alignment that it had with their own conversations as it relates to immigration was very close alignment, and they found that speech, and especially that part of the speech, to be very powerful, and we certainly had a lot of discussion.
I didn't talk to any of them or survey any of them, but I know they found that powerful.
Given that the announcement included those terms.
Okay. And that if
I sent Viva the link.
So there's been a lot of debate. I'll submit to you about
this is hubris.
Immigration,
He doesn't realize
immigrants. Some people refer to them as illegal immigrants or illegal aliens. There's a number of phrases, but of people who have recently entered the United States being in northern cities. And there's mayors that are sort of getting upset by that. If a mayor like that, let's call it a Democratic mayor, someone who's not viewed as a conservative or sympathetic to the far right. So if a Democratic mayor were to use those same words, would that be a clarion call to the far right?
In a hypothetical situation without any other contextual information, it's hard to say. It would depend on that person, their history, what the far right knew or didn't know about that person, which is why, again, I mentioned that with the 2015 campaign announcement, you can't take that in isolation. You also have to take into consideration the currency he had developed based on the birtherism claims and the involvement he had in terms of promoting that conspiracy theory, which was a major facet of far-right extremism in terms of challenging Barack Obama's legitimacy to serve as president and, frankly, just being very antagonistic about his election.
Okay. So it'd be fair to say that
that was his call for insurrection when he challenged.
Takes a period of time, a consistent pattern of
citizenship
behavior by a politician before the far right-wing extremists will view his or her comments as a clarion call to action. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it's just hard to say exactly how long it would take. but certainly
15 years on Obama.
Patterns take time to emerge.
Okay, so it could be a
He's very good.
couple months, couple years, but
Very
it requires a pattern of behavior.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to be jumping around a little bit, so I will apologize to you perhaps for a lack of thematic development.
I want him to cross for another 3 hours. This is awesome.
I want to go back to sort of the deniability.
He's using this witness to show how stupid this whole case is.
Where you said President Trump would say one thing and then immediately negate it afterwards. Do you remember that?
I don't remember ever saying immediately.
Okay, but would negate it afterwards.
That's a common feature.
Okay.
For far-right extremist leaders in general, and much of what we've been discussing fits that pattern in terms of the relationship between Donald Trump and far-right extremism.
Okay. I'm going to show you a video and ask you if certain speech, if that fits the pattern. May we take Your Honor, I may take a few minutes here, so I apologize if I do.
Right now, the lawyer is loading up his intro with the fight. That'd be great. Hypocrisy.
Let's look at 50 silently. Can you do it just on your computer? Just so I can check. Okay.
He's so good. This guy doesn't even realize.
I'm not going to be able to find the video quickly, so I'm just going to talk to you about it.
So it's June.
So a respite to find my video, is that right?
Oh my God, this has been so good. This is such a great cross.
Thank you, Aaron.
So why don't we just reconvene your cross at
Okay, thank you.
We're off the record.
This has been a phenomenal cross, and it's going to resume after lunch. It's going to resume after lunch. I just want to say I have a couple of things I need to answer, questions or issues that were raised during this whole thing that I just wanted to get to. So this is true. Trump is notorious for picking bad lawyers, but every one of you needs to understand this. Most of his lawyers that he's seen, this has been the strongest lawyer that I've seen, but every one of you needs to understand this. If you are a serious attorney, you likely have a job. You're either on your own, or you're more likely you're working for a big firm, raking in big bucks as a partner in a big firm. If you're in a big firm, even if you are strongly conservative, and you were a big fan of Donald Trump, you cannot possibly represent him. And it's not simply because of this, where you're worried about getting charged, because let's face it, none of them really thought they were going to get charged 3 years ago or so, like that. That wasn't the issue. No, that's not the issue at all. It's that, financially, it is suicide to represent Donald Trump, because there's so much cultural animosity toward him that that if you take Donald Trump as a client, you are likely to lose several of your biggest clients who are the bread and butter of your firm. So it's just not worth it. Even if you have to worry about that, it's not worth it, because some big corporation, whether it's big pharma, it could be Coca-Cola, it could be anyone out there, big tech, who is continually giving you millions of dollars every year to represent them, which every one of these big firms have some big clients, that they will be afraid, even if they agree with you, they'll be afraid that their customers are going to turn on them, saying, how can you have this firm as your firm when they represent that crazy person, Donald Trump, this fascist Donald Trump? So these other corporations will be like, look, there's a lot of big firms we can go with. And if I go to a different firm that's not representing Trump, I don't have to worry that my customers are being alienated. I can't continue my relationship with someone. So because of this ripple effect, there is no big firm in the country which would think for a second about taking Donald Trump on as a client, because every one of these big firms have massive clients, and those clients, even if they love Donald Trump, cannot be seen publicly as being so consistent that their counsel is the same counsel that they know they'll be blacklisted online, and that their counsel is representing Donald Trump. So because of this, no big firm is ever going to take him, and he's basically left sifting through, figuring out, okay, who is competent, who's actually really competent, which this attorney, which I've seen, even though I wish he would object a little bit more, because he should object more, there's no way you can find a big firm that's going to represent you. It's just impossible. Catherine De Clambroni saying, until 6 months ago, after listening to you for a year, did I perceive Trump differently? I saw Trump fan bases terrifying, reminding me of Hitler rallies. This is a consistent thing. That they've been cut off from hearing voices like mine. I take this as the biggest compliment and the biggest reason that you should all should subscribe on YouTube and follow me on Locals at goodlogic.locals.com, because I'll tell you right now, I'm totally fine calling out the flaws that are on my side of the aisle. I try my hardest not to blind myself to that. But I'll be like, look, this is what is actually really happening. And do I get it right all the time? No. But I try my hardest to say, you know what? I'm looking for truth. I don't win if Republicans take the House or the Senate, or the Republican takes the White House. I don't win by that. I win by having America be a better place. And I feel as if most people who I identify with tend to be looking for, like, what is a healthier society? What's a healthier culture? What is more aligned with what our basic values are, not as Americans, and even beyond that, as people who actually care about seeing the just standard run-of-the-mill folks have a chance to get ahead in life, irrespective of their race, their color, their gender, their sexuality, irrespective of all that. Just like give everyone a fair chance. This is one of the biggest compliments. I just want to say thank you for that. This is I got this one, and he does. This attorney is very smart, and I'll tell you, he's really good at this. He's really good at this. He's subtle, so subtle that this guy has no idea that he's taking this attorney. This is what I love about what he's doing. He's taking this witness and actually using this witness to expose how ridiculous this trial is. When he comes out and he's like, so it's not a dog whistle to him. It's only a dog whistle to these folks. And setting up that it's like, so who is he talking to? The only thing that he's done is social media online posts. Who's he talking to? Why would anyone assume that he's talking to this tiny segment here when he's talking to hundreds of millions of people? He is destroying this witness. And I hope he continues for another 2 hours of just exposing how this witness, and I'll tell you right now, this witness does not seem to get it, because he's an intellectual rather than intelligent. He's an intellectual. He basically studies his sociology, which, I'm sorry, if you're in sociology, I apologize. I have very little respect for sociologists, and I think that the social sciences in general are all basically tailored towards, you start with a presupposition, and then you basically set about proving that presupposition. This guy started the presupposition that Trump is a tyrant, he's fanatical, and he's a far right winger. So therefore, when he speaks, and if you can read it as being violent, it's violent. If it seems like it's the opposite of violence, in that case, it's doublespeak. Or it seems completely inane, in that case, it's doublespeak, and it's coded language that only certain evil people, the violent people that he knows, these violent people are going to hear and take it that way. If he says something that cannot possibly be interpreted as anything but a call for peace, that is the fig leaf that he's trying to give, which is designed to, which only proves that much further like I said, that's why I say social sciences, and especially so in sociology, they work so hard to basically try and twist every single way. And that is what another thing that this attorney is exposing. And no matter which way Donald Trump goes, that you're basically going to find a way to say, oh yeah, that's part of what these people do. These far right extremist people do. Phenomenal work. The attorney's former Colorado State Secretary of State Scott Gessler. He's amazing. He's really good. I'll tell you objectively, I wish he would object more. I wish that there's some, but I think he's seen the writing on the wall, and he's like, this judge, who, by the way, Judge Sarah Wallace is the name of the judge, was first appointed in January of this year. She's been a judge for like 10 minutes, and appointed by the Democrat governor of Colorado. And there's like some of the stuff that she was doing, that she was allowing this demonstrative evidence that's completely inadmissible, but for us to testify about it and him to like basically rely on that as his source of information. I mean, it's astonishing. And I love the way that on the cross-examination he opened up with, so how many, you did all these interviews, and that's over the last 27 years. How many people who participated in January 6th? This is right after he comes with the conclusion. His conclusion is Donald Trump was a significant factor in January 6th. Significant, without beyond. I'm very confident that was a significant factor. First question out of the gate: how many people participated in January 6th did you interview? 0. Did you issue any surveys to them? No. So you basically have no idea what they're saying motivated them. All you know is these selected things that you basically have to admit they were just like selected for you, just like that you're basically, that's your source of information to know what was motivating them. Awesome job. Phenomenal job. Just really excellent job. So very impressed with that. Very impressed with his work in that respect. I wish it was a little more objecting to some of this really lousy, poor foundation, chopped up videos of Trump that are sliced. I want to see him expose it with more lengthy videos, more of the in-betweens from that speech at the Ellipse that was just jump cut. Well, this guy's attorneys clue in over lunch. They're not, look, you're asking a really good question here. This is a great question. Technically, I mean, the attorney for the petitioner specifically asked the question, can we talk to him during the break? And about his testimony. And and the judge said, no, this is when they took a break during the middle of the case in chief. Of the direct examination. Technically, no. Will I tell you it's impossible for it to happen? I don't know. I'm not accusing him. I don't know. I have no reason to assume that this lawyer would breach any sort of ethical responsibilities. And he probably assumes that he can fix him up on redirect, which I'm sure he's recognizing that he really needs a redirect. But yeah, he's not supposed to be talking to him. And I have no reason to assume that he's breaching his ethical duties. So I'll leave it at that because I don't want to speculate about this attorney. I don't know him at all. So he's definitely not supposed to. I'll tell you that I've heard of cases where people do, as you would imagine, but I'm certainly not accusing the petitioner's attorney of breaching his ethics or his duties to the court. Cross is ringing true with the right, but the left only hears what they want. Is the judge really hearing the hypocrisy the attorney is exposing? I think that's a fair question. But you know, if your attitude is going to be like the judge is in the tank, well, in that case, it's possible. Look, is that possible? Yeah. Do I know that's the case? Is she leaning that way? Yeah. She needs enough to hang her hat on. And if the more he exposes, as far as, you know, the more this attorney can expose as far as admissions that this guy's making that show that no matter what happens, he's going to interpret Trump as basically being some far right extremist who's calling to violence. I think it has significance. So we just allowed sociology to be taken over by the left. Well, it's been taken over by the left for probably longer than you've been alive. So, and thank you for your support. I appreciate that, Puppet. Thank you so very, very much. Okay, so with that, I am almost done in setting up my stream that I'm going to be taking a break for lunch, and I'm going to be coming back here, and I'm urging you, please like and subscribe. Please like and subscribe. Follow me over on Locals, goodlogic.locals.com. I'll be back here and with I'm setting up a new stream, which will be set up. It's already like 3/4 set up. I just didn't know what time it was going to start it for. So, but it's going to take me like another 2 minutes to set this thing up on YouTube. I'm also going to set it up on Rumble. And I'm going to urge you, if you're on Rumble, please make sure you like and subscribe over there as well. And I will be back here at 3 o'clock my time and pick this up at 3 o'clock. And I'll see you all then. So make sure that you follow me and follow me on Locals. I'll put the links in Locals. I always put my links in Locals. You'll find the link there. That's goodlogic.locals.com. You'll find it here on this channel. And I'm going to be opening this up where we're going to resume with the cross-examination, which is fire. You don't want to miss it. I will see you all at 3 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock, which is 2 o'clock Central, 1 p.m. Mountain, and noon Pacific. Till then, I look forward to seeing you all soon. Take care, enjoy lunch, and Godspeed.